We're going to continue. We're going to have a little review of the Phlegmatic, and then we'll move into our last temperament, the Melancholy. So we're just going to have a little review. We're going to look at the main characteristics of the Phlegmatic. So under their emotions and strengths we have, you see that they are very calm and dependable. Remember, cool, calm, and collected. Very, very easygoing, peaceful, delightful people. You can count on them. They are loyal. That's why they find that they stick with their commitments to a team. They stick with their commitments to their marriage and to their family, to their work. They will be there. If they say they will be there, they will be there. They will come to work sick. Many times, this is the temperament that will go to work sick because they feel they don't want to let you down. They do not want to disappoint you. Always very pleasant, very good-natured. Easy to get along with. Why are they easy to get along with? Because they're so accommodating. Right? What makes them happy is seeing you happy. And so you like to be with someone like that who is always concerned about your interest, as opposed to someone who only wants to be concerned about getting their needs met. Cheerful, very, very pleasant, cheerful, kind-hearted, always willing to help, always willing to give, always willing to bless others. Peace-loving. Remember, they are all about peace. Why? Because they hate conflict. They really, really hate conflict. It's one of their greatest fears. They don't like to deal with it because they are all about peace. They're all about, and so they go to great lengths to make peace, to bring peace to the family, to the work environment, to their church group, whatever. They're the ones who will do whatever it takes to bring peace, even becoming stern with people or removing people that are causing trouble. But they were the ones who will organize. It doesn't always work, but they will try. But many times they're the temperament who will try to bring two people together and say, listen, you guys need to talk. Because you guys need to work this out. And they may sit in and add in the mediation, or they just hook up the arrangement and make it happen. And they just hope for the best. Relationship to others. So we said they're very pleasant to be with, very, very easy to be with. Lifelong friends. They work hard at making their friendships, and it's like, why change? They don't like change. Why not stick with the ones I have? You're a good friend. Why not stay together? If it works, stick with it. And so they really like the idea of there's no reason to change. We get along wonderfully. And so they invest in it. They will definitely keep their friends for life as best they can. I have friends since high school. I mean, we communicate. It's even a couple times a year. But after this many years, it's amazing. People can't believe it that we're still this close after this long. They have a dry, witty sense of humor. It's kind of like the English humor. They are amazing. It's amazing humor. I find it very, very delightful, but I can do it. I think of others that are more phlegmatic than me. They just come out with these one-liners. That's how you'll see it. They're listening to everybody, cracking up, making jokes and things, or making even in a room of people making serious comments, and all of a sudden they'll say one line, and everybody says it. That's really funny, and they just can really break up because it's so clever. It's really thought out, and it just instantly comes in and makes but it's dry. They say, I have an example of it here, how it's said without expression, but it's just the point, and it really drives it home, and it's like, that's really clever. They have a softening effect on others because they have a great ability to absorb other people's problems. They can kind of absorb your tensions. That's why Melancholies and Cholerics love to be with them, because it calms them down. And that's exactly what's happening. They were kind of like absorbing your attention, your emotions, and it's just watching them makes you feel peaceful. And you find yourself, but they're really, what we know now is that they are radiating the energy of peacefulness. They're radiating their peace, and you are experiencing that, and it calms you down. That's using quantum physics. That's how that really works. Again, they are peacemakers. They will do very diplomatic things to bring about peace. They will fight for it. And they are very, very good listeners. They are just, it's part of the gift. They love to listen. They love to absorb. They love to be able to, because they want to help. You can't help someone if you don't listen to feel their emotions and their pain. So they understand how important it is to listen. Again, faithful friends. They will not put out advice unless they are asked. Remember the situation? They feel that what everyone else has to say is more important than what they say. And so they're going to let everyone else in the room speak. Especially those, the sanguines who are more loud and expressive. They figure, well, they have more to say. They have better ways to say it. And so I'm going to let them speak. And when they're all done, maybe you'll see them make a point or raise their hand. But usually they have to be asked, well, what's your opinion on this? And all of a sudden you find out, wow, they totally have an opinion. But you never, so why is this information so valuable? If you have someone in your group that's phlegmatic, if you don't ask them, your chances are good you will never know what they feel about it. You'll never get their input in the group. That's why you want to ask everyone in your team, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And all of a sudden it's like, wow, you sit there, they look maybe so uninterested or so blah, you figure, well, if I'm just going to bypass them, they probably don't have any opinion at all. And then you find out they've been listening to every word that's been said for the past hour, and they know exactly what they're thinking, and they have a definite opinion. We don't want to miss that. Weaknesses, under emotions, they lack confidence. Again, because they've got this idea, and it's a lie, that everyone else has more value than they. That you probably don't want to hear what I have to say. You probably would rather listen to that person who's more expressive and can just talk better, more eloquently. And so they kind of back away. They don't feel they're as valuable as all the others. And this is a complete lie. They have just as much to offer. All the temperaments are equal in that effect. There's not one temperament that is more valuable than another. They're all very important. They can be pessimistic and fearful, because they're fearful that you may be bringing about a conflict, or that you might be bringing about a change. And so they're little cautious about that. They also can be a little negative. They don't share the same enthusiasm as a sanguine. So they're going to kind of look to the negative. They're not going to believe as much. Remember the example I gave about those men in New Zealand? I showed them what was already done and already said, no, it's not going to work. That's not going to work. Where did they get that from? It's just fear of change, fear of just believing that, because they're a bit stubborn. Remember, they're a bit stubborn, and it's hard to get them to move ahead into a new concept. So they may be fearful of what you may be bringing about with this idea of yours. Worrier, difficult to trust God fully. Again, that's probably because they're pessimistic. They tend to have a problem just because they're so cautious. I think we go back to being so cautious. They're not going to just trust God implicitly. If you say, well, I've had this experience with God, and so, I was healed, you're going to be healed too. Or if God provided for me, He's going to provide for you. They're not going to be so quick to believe that. They really need to be shown. Remember, back in their temperament, they need to be shown how it's done. They need to see that this really works. So they're going to need hear more stories, before they come to trust that just because you said you were healed, or you've received this grace, or God provided for you, don't expect them to just jump all over it, because they're not an excitable temperament. They're not going to feel your passion. You're going to give that to them, and that they need that. But that's what will get them to the next level. They will come to you. They will be attracted to your passion, and your enthusiasm, and that's how you'll get them to a level of trusting more in God and believing that these gifts are good for them as well. Remember, if I believe I'm not really worth as much, why would God provide for me? He would provide for you, but not for me. You may find that coming up a lot, that he would, well, he'll do this for everybody else, but not for me, because they feel they are the lesser temperament. Rarely laughs out loud because they're not expressionable like that. That's where it comes to dry sense of humor. They may think it's hysterical, but it doesn't bring them to a laugh. They don't have that same expression. And passive and indifferent, because many times they just don't care. They're just like, whatever you like, it's fine. So they give this air of like, which can be very, very negative and very hurtful to a group. They just seem, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to get on board. They don't want to participate. Very passive. They just assume just kind of stay what they're doing and not really exert all that energy and get involved and jump on the bandwagon. They really don't. They don't have to express themselves in that way. Very compromising. They will do whatever. Many times they will just give in. They can be too accommodating. And so Jehovah's Witness comes to the door and they feel, well, I don't want to hurt this person. I don't want to turn them away. I want to be accommodating. I want to listen to what they say. And so they invite them in. The next thing you know, they're swung in that direction because they can be just overly accommodating and they don't realize some of the hurtful things that they're adopting or accepting or changing to. They really need to become aware that they can be like a reed blowing in the wind. You know, that you're switching, you're being way too agreeable with two opposite people. Not a good idea. But when they do have an idea, they can be self-righteous. They can say no, and that stubbornness, again, a lot of it goes back to their stubbornness. I'm sticking to this until you show me how it should change or why it should change. I'm just sticking to what I think. I've been doing it for 40 years this way, and I'm not changing. And so it's self-righteous. I'm believing what I believe. I'm not going to extend the energy to learn what you're trying to teach me. I'm just going to steep believe in what I believe. Relationship to others. They just usually will not get involved, again, unless they're invited. But once they are invited, they stick to the end. But they're not going to get involved. They're just going to stay passive, stay in the background, and hope that you don't call on them. Hope that you don't invite them. That way they like to be alone. They'd rather just be alone in the side of the room. They can be selfish and stingy because, again, they just like to be. Everything goes back to, I want to be alone. Just leave me alone. Let me do my thing. I've got my stuff. You've got yours. Just let's not get involved. So he goes back to that overly passive, overly lazy to get involved. Unenthusiastic. They can be stubborn, as I said. Not too cordial, friendly but not heartfelt. Because they really don't want to talk to you. They will, but they really don't. But after they warm up, then they'll be the ones who, if they have one friend at church, they will just scour the church after the service to find that one person, and they're comfortable with that person. They could care less about anyone else in the church. I've got you and me. Let's go have some coffee. But they will greet the person next to them. But they're not excited about greeting them. They're not. It's like, can we skip this part? It says, okay, everyone say greet 5 people around you. It's like, really? Do we have to do this? Hug someone next to you. You got to be kidding. What are you talking about? If on a good day, I'll shake their hand and maybe smile.
Maybe look at them.
Right? That attitude of superiority. Yeah, once they really feel they've got something down, because I've done it for 20, 30, 40 years, I feel I know what I'm doing much better than you do. The strengths. in activities. They work well under pressure. As long as they can stay on that one thing, they don't mind pressure. They can do it. As long as you don't give them, as long as they can do the way they like to do it, and you give them that one thing to do, they're fine with it. They're not going to go any faster. Do not expect them to go any faster, but they will work well under pressure. It doesn't bother them. You know why? Why doesn't it bother them? Because I'm not going any faster anyway. Because they're not affected by pressure. Because I'm going to work at this one pace. I don't care if you tell me if you need this tomorrow or you need this in 1 hour. I'm going to work at the same exact speed. Whatever gets done in 1 hour, I will give you. If you want, whatever gets done by tomorrow, I will give you. So you're not going to shake me up by saying you need it now. They don't get flustered because they're not changing. They're going to work at this one pace no matter what. And you need to know that when you ask a phlegmatic to do something. Very, very practical. Why? Because they only want to do what needs to be done. They want to know, tell me how to do it, and I'll do it. I don't need to know all the theory, just show me how you want this done and I'll do it. Very simple, very easy going in that sense. Plus, I don't want to put all that work into theory, learning, studying. I just want to do it. Just let's do it. Conservative, avoids extremes. Yeah, you'll never see them really going from high extreme to the other. Right? They're not radical people. Again, they're low-key, more conservative. Extremes are they just laugh at the cholerics. They think the sanguines are insane at the level of passion they put into things is like, you guys are just it cracks them up. Now, which really annoys like the choleric. The choleric tries to be all powerful and strength, and they look at him and they laugh at him. You know, inside it's like they don't take them seriously. It's like, do you realize the energy you're wasting all for? Do you really need that much passion to get it done? I'll get it done. And I'm going to stay calm. Well, you're all worked up and excited and sweating all over, and I'm just cool, calm, and collected.
Oh my gosh, that was
very neat and proficient. They like things. They just do try to keep things organized. They don't have a lot. You'll not find them with a lot of possessions. But what they do have is very organized, very neat, and they take care of things. They really, really take care of what they have. They will repair things. They will appreciate what they have. They take care of them. And they will wonder why you're throwing something away. They're the person who's saying, you're throwing that table away? It's perfectly good. Well, I've had it for 50 years. It's all it needs refinishing. It's perfectly good. It does the job. So whatever they have, they try to keep it. They'll keep it neat, organized, and well kept. They plan the work before beginning. They love to know in advance, what would you like me to do when I come in tomorrow? Why? Because it takes away that fear factor. Yeah. They don't like surprises. So they will plan out. They like to know, if you like routine and you like schedule, then you will be interested in knowing, what am I going to be doing? So I can start to think about it. Okay, I'm going to do this, 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 and this. That's what I'm doing tomorrow, the next day, the next day, and the next day. They love that idea. To walk in and say, okay, you do this today, really freaks them out. Because they didn't have time to process it. You want me to do that now? I didn't warm up. It's like starting your engine and you're going to go 100 miles an hour from the start. It's not good for the engine. It's just not good. I need a nice warm-up period, and then I'll get it maybe up to half of the speed that you would like. So I'm going to move up. I'm going to move up slowly. Again, dependable worker. They will stay on that job until it is done. Even if I said you need to stay till 2 in the morning, they'll do it because they want to. They want to please you. They want to be dependable. They like being dependable because that's the way they want to be. They know that if they ask you to help them, they would expect you to stay until the end. They're very, very broken-hearted when they'll work for you that long and then they ask you to do something and you're not there for them. They do not understand that concept. They have a lot of trouble understanding that concept. Weaknesses, inactivities, calm, uninvolved, spectator in life. Yes, many times they will just sit back and watch life going by. And this can be a real problem because what can happen, they can miss out on a lot of opportunities. And then they regret it later. They will feel, I should have got involved. I really should have pushed myself. And then they beat themselves up. They're not getting involved. They're not doing it when they had the opportunity. They can be slow and lazy. They are the slower and lazy temperament. They have those tendencies. They definitely need more sleep. Whereas Hippocrates would have said they're just so filled with phlegm that it slows them down. But we know it's just the way they were designed. Remember, in the good sense, it was supposed to be to balance those who are just running crazy. You get inspired to just slow down a bit. Just relax, be calm, we'll get through this. We need to be inspired by the phlegmatic, but when they can overdo it. You know, especially when they say, well, Gary said, yeah, I need extra sleep, and they're sleeping 12 hours when they only need 8. Right? And so you can, the weakness is when they can overdo it. And they can overdo their laziness. They do not like to lead, but they can be excellent leaders. They know how to manage people, they know how to run a business, they know how to, because they treat everyone so fairly and so honestly and respectfully. But they don't want to do it. They would figure again, because they think a leader needs to be dominant and aggressive and make things happen and really push things, which is all against their temperament. And so they need to be encouraged to realize you lead in a different way. They are very, very good leaders in their way, but they have to believe that you believe in them, that you want to serve under their type of leadership. And when they see that that works, then they become good leaders. But I'm telling you, if you have a room full of people who wants to be in charge, they will never offer. You offer one, I want to give you this position to be foreman. I want you to be shop foreman, office manager. They'll most likely turn you down until you convince them, what? I need you. This is why I need you. The last 5 people didn't work out because they were too aggressive or too not interested in them. And they just had no interest in the people. And the people, they didn't feel any teamwork and they left. So you need to convince them, why do I need you? Why would you be a good leader? They just lack motivation, hard to get started, hard to get going. Once you get going, it's like that locomotive, once you get going, it will cruise for 40 years. But getting it going, you can picture the struggle of them to get going, especially in the morning. It really is a challenge to get them going in the morning or when they first get to work. Indecisive, because they just, remember, they have like such a whatever attitude towards life. It's hard to decide one way or the other. And again, you know, they oppose change. So some of the occupations and hobbies for the phlegmatic: excellent counselors because they're such good listeners, they're so empathetic, they really, really do understand what you're feeling and thinking. So they love to help. These people, they make wonderful doctors and nurses. They are in the helping field. They make scientists. Because you think about what a scientist has to do. A scientist has to be very patient, very diligent, and they knowing that for me to do this experiment, I may have to do 1,000 experiments. Your sanguines and your cholerics, they're going to be frustrated after the first 10 minutes. It didn't work. Forget about it. Let's try something else, right? I'm sure Thomas Edison was phlegmatic. He tried 1,000 filaments and he said, well, there's 1,000 things we know don't work. Exactly. Let's try 1,000 more. You need that kind of patience and diligence, I think, in the science field. And they definitely have the mind for it. Very good teachers. They love to teach. Wonderful teachers. Again, reluctant leaders. They'll do it, but they'll, again, as I just said, they are excellent leaders once they get convinced. They can administrate very well. Again, they understand people. They know people. So they will have a room full of people and they'll say, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. And they'll put people in the right categories that suits them best. Because they dig into a person's character, into their personality. They understand what role you are best suited at. So that is very, very important. They like numbers, they can do it all day long. A bookkeeper, think about it, they're doing this thing all day long. It would bore the daylights out of most people. They love it because they know what they're going to be doing now, and the next hour, the next hour, the next day, tomorrow, the next day. I'm going to be organizing numbers, and I'm going to be doing this, and they do it very, very well. Secretaries, no problem. Spectator of athletics. They love to watch sports. They can't imagine why those people are out there sweating, expending all that energy. They laugh at them, but boy, they sure love to watch it. Social workers, again, very, very much in the helping field where they need to understand people and they need to bless people in that way. Really, they want to find, how can I help you with your problems? How can I meet your needs? What can I do to meet the needs of you and your family? They're so all about that. Here's an example. I'll show you a couple different clips of the phlegmatic. So here's an example. I want you to notice, so as you're watching this, I want you to notice, you'll see passion, but really notice the enthusiasm of the way he speaks. Okay, see?
Do I sense some sarcasm?
To gain independence, we must prove worthy of it. There must be Hindu-Muslim unity always. Second, no Indian must be treated as the English treat us. We must remove untouchability from our hearts and from our lives. Third, we must defy the British. Not with violence that will inflame their will, but with a firmness that will open their eyes.
All right, what did you learn? From some of the points we just discussed, what did you learn about his temperament?
Lack of enthusiasm does not mean absence of passion.
He has, this guy, we know the passion that this man had, right? Filled with passion. Now, how did he present his points?
Calm, calm.
Very calm, very peaceful, and what? He had points. He had 3 points, and they were very, very practical. So they set out a plan. This is how we're going to do it. Very practical. We're going to do it with A, B, and C. Each one is doable. Each one, a phlegmatic is not going to give you an idea if it is not going to. If they don't believe it's going to work. This isn't a concept that hasn't been extremely thought about. It is going to work, and I'm going to give you practical ways to do it. And the third way, when he said, what was what was his most important way of how we're going to get this done? With what?
Non-violence.
Non-violent. We do not need conflict. We're going to accomplish what these crazy people accomplish with violence. We're going to accomplish it in a better way with no conflict. And that's why he was so successful. This is cute. Anyone seen the movie Get Smart?
Oh, it's so funny.
Just
What
try
was
to
that?
follow his practicality and the way that he thinks. Watch his expressions. Watch his straight-faced.
Who are you?
My name is Nutnixbilkus. Who are you?
I am Siegfried.
Did you say Siegfried? Yes. I understand that you're the man to see if someone is interested in acquiring items of a nuclear nature.
How do I know you're not control?
If I were controlled, you'd already be dead.
If you were controlled, you'd already be dead.
Well, neither of us is dead, so I'm obviously
That was a good one.
That actually makes sense.
Terrific.
So great.
It's so typical. No expression. Completely expressionless. He's talking about nuclear weapons, right? the most powerful thing we know, and he is like just talking about it like he's talking about what he had for lunch. Right? I love this example because he said, now it wasn't a joke, but it's
Right,
like,
same.
that is the same effect.
Yeah,
As
application.
soon as you realize that is so
That actually makes
clever.
sense, yeah.
And that's the gift that they have. And they can light up a room with their witty cleverness. And I'll give you an example of that next, since you enjoyed that. Anyone know this fellow?
Yeah.
I think he
Oh
is.
yeah, he's hilarious.
Now watch the expression, the way he presents it. What's his expressions?
Left the store and went down the street to my bus. My bus came and I got on. Started walking toward the back. Sat down beside this beautiful blonde Chinese girl. I said hello and she said hello. I said, isn't it an amazing day? She said, yes it is, I guess. I said, what do you mean you guess? She said, well, things haven't been going too well for me lately. I said, like what? She said, I can't tell you, I don't even know you. And I said, yeah, but sometimes it's good to tell your problems to an absolute total stranger on a bus. And she said, well, I just came back from my analyst and he's still unable to help me. And I said, what's the problem? And she paused and said, I'm a nymphomaniac and I only get turned on by Jewish cowboys. Then she said, by the way, my name's Diane. And I said, hello, Diane, I'm Bucky Goldstein.
What did you think of that?
He's a perfect example.
Isn't that a great example? Expression. He made his whole career out of being, but that's him. And he just does it without expression, but how clever was that punchline? I mean, you just don't, I wanted to give an example, you just don't see that coming. And that's the way their humor, it comes out of left field, but it's, but the way he speaks, the way he's just communicating with her is at such a level of, well, you could tell me. And people do feel comfortable telling anything to Phlegmatic. Somehow, we make them feel so comfortable. You can tell your problems to me because you're just so non-threatening. You're so understanding, and you're not going to judge me. That is what somehow, that's what all that theme is in there, even though it's a crazy story, but those themes are there. They really feel you are not going to judge me. And that's a sense that they get when they're speaking with them. They just seem to understand you are not going to judge me. Okay, let's look at some needs of the phlegmatic. These are, again, very, very important. When you understand the needs and fears of each temperament, this will be your greatest tool in communicating and working with them. So if you know that they need a stable environment, if they don't like change, you're going to provide them an environment where they have some kind of good sense of security. So if your wife is phlegmatic, do not be surprised if you're moving every year, you're going to have a problem. If you don't live in a home, if you're just you don't know if you're going to be evicted from this rental that you're in, that really causes them a big problem. They need stability. They need to know that are you coming home tonight? Are you coming home? What is your plan for this week? What's your work schedule? Will you be here? Can I count on you? I need stability. Are you going to stay with me? No sudden changes. Again, they do not like change. Whatever you introduce needs to be slowly, gradual. Give them warning, you will be so far ahead of the game. Tomorrow I'd like you to do this, or maybe Sunday, you think you could hang up these pictures for me on Sunday? Give them plenty of warning, right? It's whatever, we're thinking about, and if you want to introduce something, I just need to tell you that maybe in 4 months I'm going to have to look for a different job, or we're going to have to move, or plenty of notice, plenty of warning. Or I need you to do something. Let them know. Don't surprise them. Like that. To accommodate others, they need to do this. So if you're sitting there and you're saying with them, no, what would you like for dinner? And the phlegmatic says to you, whatever you want. And then you get into an argument. No, I want to do what you want, and you start arguing about who's going to be the most accommodating. You are going to lose, okay? And so if you realize that they are not being stubborn or indifferent necessarily, but that they need to accommodate. They're not just maybe they're not just that wonderful, they need to do what you want to do. Okay, so yes, it's a gift that they have, but there's a reason. They're not necessarily just so loving and so giving that I have to do whatever you want to do. It's meeting a need, right? To help others. They need to help others. And so again, I'm doing not to put them down in any way, but not to elevate them superficially. Right. They are doing what God designed them to do. And so if you would never criticize them for someone who's being overly helpful. They need to do that. Let's say you have all these guests come over for your dinner party, and one gal comes in and she says, "What can I do? What can I do?" And she's not, you can tell she's not comfortable sitting there. She wants to come in and help prepare the dinner. We gotta set the table, can do this. And now you may say, "Oh, this person is just so, just trying to make points or brown nosing or something." Or you may say, "Well, this person is just, this is obnoxious. Why can't you just go sit in there and relax with everyone else?" You could have these negative ideas of what they are doing, but when you realize this person, let's say this gal is uncomfortable just sitting there, now she has to socialize with all these new faces, she's more comfortable helping. And she's meeting a need to help others. If the person tells you, I want to get a job as, let's say it's your child, you say, I think I'd like to become a social worker or a nurse or a guidance counselor. It's like, "Oh, those things don't pay anything. You need to go and become this or that." Or they push them into something that if you take them out of their need, they're going to be very frustrated and very, very unfulfilled. So finding ways that they are in a position. I don't care if you're hiring people. You put people in a position where this person will have an opportunity to help people in their field. It's just smart. If you understand that they need to do this, they love to help others, you'll be getting so much more out of them, so much more fulfillment they will receive. And they need time to rest. You can't push them, you can't be, many couples come in and I see that one is angry at the other because one needs more rest than the other. Especially if you have a choleric and a phlegmatic, which usually is a blend that comes together. The choleric will never understand why this one needs extra rest and will criticize them and can really be a source of contention. If you decided that if they're working for your company and they just need more breaks than the others, they need to just sit down and rest. They're getting ready for the next step. When you understand that, you will not be begrudging them of whatever they need for a break or time to rest. Any questions on that at all, on those needs? Let's look at the fears of a phlegmatic. Again, change. If you're aware that they are fearful of change, you will adjust. Fearful of conflict, we've talked about that. Putting pressure on people. Do not put them in a position where they need to put pressure on people. They won't do it. You will be disappointed, they will be frustrated, and they just will not get it done. I had one fellow who was, he was working for me years ago, and he was phlegmatic in this, and that if I said, I need you to call this customer and tell him we're not going to be here today. The nervousness, the sweat would start, he would become so nervous because he knew that this guy was going to be upset when he called. And so after a while I learned, he would do it. He would just not do it and get me in all kinds of trouble because now this guy's really upset because nobody called. And I asked him, and he has no answer. So maybe an hour later I said, did you call so-and-so? This happened, and all kinds of reasons why he couldn't do it. But I can tell, then when I learned temperament, I understood He's scared to death. And so I would make the call, you know, I wouldn't put him through that torture of having to, you know, having to intercede. If you told my son, who was very high phlegmatic, that he had to go out in the shop and he had to tell somebody that they have to be let go, or they're not doing a good job, or they're taking something is not going well, he will put it off for a month, and then he'll tell me, well, it worked itself out. We didn't have to do it. It didn't need to be done, or he will get someone else to do it. So he's smart. He hired a foreman who is a bit more aggressive, and he has him do it. So, but don't expect him to put pressure on people. They just do not like that for a moment. They fear disharmony because they're all about unity. Disharmony causes conflict. So they are very, very much afraid of disharmony. Anything that infringes on their home life, they are fearful of. Any job that says, if I go to this job interview and I say, well, here's one thing, you may have to travel. Once a week, I may need you to go to Miami. I have to be away from my family. This, all of a sudden, I'm not interested. But but it's twice the money of this other position. No, I'm not interested. If I help you, I'm going to have to be away from my family tonight. All of a sudden, even their helpful nature becomes changed, and they're not interested. They just, anything that takes away from their family life, they're going to avoid. So the phlegmatic and rejection. So they need to serve, care, and bring happiness to others. However, they often possess low self-esteem, assuming they are neither wanted or needed. They want others to say, we need you. When others do not read their minds, they actually have this sense they believe you can read their minds. No one knows where this came from, but they will say things like, assuming that you know what they're thinking. Many times it caused great frustration in my company where I was trying to, let's say, move a cabinet. It just was made, because I'm very practical, I would assume you must be thinking as I am, but we're going to move this table, we're going to go this way, and then we're going to tip it up, then we're going to move it out the door that way. And so I'm just expecting they're reading my mind, they're going to follow through, and all of a sudden they turn this way, or they lift it the other way. It's like, and I get frustrated, and it's like, what, do you think I'm reading your mind? And it's like, well, actually I do. When I heard that enough, and then I learned temperament, I realized we really do think that people can read our minds. Because it's so practical to us, how could you not see this? So when others do not read their minds and provide them with the genuine invitation needed, they may become angry and rejected, manifested by moodiness, quietness, or withdrawal. So in this case, they're sitting there in a room and they're waiting to be invited. They're waiting to be told, yes, I need you, we need you. But they're expecting that you see that enthusiasm just radiating from them somehow. And so that if you do not ask them and invite them, they may feel rejected. The phlegmatic and depression. In efforts to avoid arguments, if they repeatedly surrender their will and cave in to the wishes of their mate, they will allow resentment and then bitterness to fester. If unchecked, this can easily lead to self-pity and depression. As I said in the beginning, everyone has a limit. Phlegmatic will absorb and absorb and absorb years after year, maybe 20, 30 years even. Everyone has their own breaking point. But they may absorb so much of your abuse or criticism or just negligence. Then, if they absorb too much, they can become depressed. Other times, another things that cause them depression, if they realize that life is passing them by, that they've been just too passive, that life is passing them by, and they've missed out on a relationship, they've missed out on a good job opportunity, they missed out on education they could have got. All of a sudden they realize that they could have self-pity and become depressed. So that's why you can tell when they're being overly passive, They may need to be encouraged to help make decisions, help them decide, help them to experiment and try something that they feel attracted to. Some phlegmatic language, we make a great team. We work well together. What can I do to help? How do you want me to do this? It's fine just like it is. Whatever, I really don't care. Okay? Any questions at all on the phlegmatic? Let's take a break.
Maybe I might just make a comment. I don't know if we can turn that off.
All right. Let's begin the last section on the melancholy. We can't leave our favorite melancholies out. Let's take a look. So the main things you want to understand about the melancholy is that they are quality oriented. These are the people who are all about quality. They're so into what is right, what is as perfect as possible. It is probably their number one focus. They are very, very analytical. These people are the ones who like to think and then think about what they just thought about. They analyze and they process. And this type of person needs time to think, to gather information and make a plan. They operate very well with a plan. They will feel lost if you do not offer them the ability to write a plan. They don't like to work things, they're not into spontaneity, they like organization. Very, very, very detailed, very organized. Everything has got to be exactly where they put it. They know where things are. They like things without clutter, because that's the way their minds sort things out in a way that they can find it easily and deal with it. Because they have so many things to analyze, they need to know where things are. They need to take one thing at a time, deal with it, and then find out how this whole picture works together. So they can be a little over-analytical sometimes, but this is what they're designed to do. They are very, very creative. This is our creative temperament. This is where we're going to find your musicians, your artists, songwriters. You're going to find painters, singers, musicians. These are all in the melancholy temperament. Very, very creative. Your greatest performers and songwriters in music will be the melancholy. When you find your actors and actresses, we talked in the beginning about how 95% of all actors and actresses are the sanguine melancholy. The sanguine gets them up on stage where they need to be the center of attention. The melancholy side is the one that has all the creative talent and the skills for the music. When you think about music, how it's just so detailed and so organized. So they have very, very high standards. They are, again, into quality, into perfection. They set very, very high standards for themselves and for everyone around them. And so they are difficult to please. They may be hard to work with, because they expect a lot of you. They see what you've got. They'll be able to be sensitive to your gifts and your talents, and they will expect top performance, because that's what they expect of themselves. You will find in melancholy they will never expect something from you that they do not expect from themselves. They will never ask you to do something. They will be the first ones who will be willing to do it and will prove to you that it can be done. And then they will expect the same from you, because I just showed you it can be done. You're the same as me. You have the same talents. I expect this from you. So what happens? If they fail, they can be very, very hard on themselves. It's the biggest problem with counseling with melancholies, is the way that they beat themselves up, the way they don't forgive themselves. So they can be very unforgiving of themselves and, of course, of others. because they're so analytical and because they're so into quality, they can be very, very critical. They can be sarcastic, they can be critical, because they want to get things to a higher level. Now, the problem with the melancholy is they don't realize how hurtful they're being. They don't realize that when they say these critical tones of voice, they just think they're correcting. They just think they're making a point. They're actually causing a lot of hurt. They can be causing a lot of pain. Because underlying it, they actually do want to inflict a little pain. They actually want to punish you. So,
To motivate.
I think back on my days in the shop. If I went out and I saw that a guy built something wrong, yes, I want to correct it. So I told you how the Sanguine say, why do you have to talk about it? I made a mistake, let's forget about it, let's move on. Well, the point is, I said, no, I want you to correct this so it doesn't happen again. But underlying, and I learned this when I really studied, why am I saying, what are my intentions? I really want to inflict a little pain. I said, I found this mistake in your work. Now, why do I have to add, and it cost us $1,000 to replace this? Why do I have to add that? The Sanguine said, why did you have to bring that up, right? Why did you have to mention that? Well, so maybe so you'd see the intensity of the damage you did, but I need to give you a little punishment. But I'm also trying to correct this behavior so it does not happen again. And so the idea is that I think so you'll find many melancholies very, very sarcastic, very critical. They believe they're just correcting. They think they're just offering a suggestion to help you fix whatever is wrong in your temperament, wrong in your behavior. So I would say, I remember saying many things to my wife. And you listen to people who do this, they say things that, you know what, probably really didn't need to say that. But they feel they do, and it's not done in the right tone of voice. It was my own daughters that helped me understand that I was saying things to my wife that could be done in a much different tone of voice. And I never heard it. Until someone is going to be a mirror for you and point out what you sound like, you will never understand.
Do you possibly feel comfortable modeling an example, acting, even though you're phlegmatic, can you possibly demonstrate an example of the tone of voice? Or is that maybe...
No, it's usually just, it's usually any form of sarcasm. We always have to make a comment. And it's usually little words at the end of a sentence, like, if my wife says, if she comes out and says, I'll be right there, I can't find my keys, which we would do every day. We go through this ritual. And I say, well, what do you expect? You never put them back where they belong. You never decided to hang them up like I showed you. Or like, what do you expect? You don't put them on the hook that I made for you. That little sarcasm, it couldn't, it does nothing but defeat them. They feel rejected. So here, this is the most important thing you'll ever learn about studying the melancholy temperament, is how they need not to criticize. I make a deal about it because they think they're correcting, but they're actually causing nothing but rejection. And those who receive rejection, they'll never learn from. You'll never change behavior by rejecting someone. So all these little comments, and so people, and we try to be funny. The melancholies will try to be funny. They come and say, how do you like my dress? I said, oh, didn't they have any in your size? Little just biting comments. That we think are so funny, and just cuts right to the core. Remember, it's not clever like the phlegmatic. They're very non-hurting. But the melancholy can be biting and crisp and hurting because they want to hurt. It's like, what I'm saying inside is, you spend $100 for that dress and it looks terrible. You can't see that? I'm saying all that in that one sentence, right? You can't see that? What's wrong with you? And many will say that more expressively than others, right? But we think we're just helping. So again, it was my daughters that helped me realize, Dad, ooh, I said, what? And they would play it back for me. They said, you don't talk to Mom that way. You don't talk to anyone like that. you know, and they would make, so they would make suggestions. And I said, you know what, I held them accountable. I said, if ever I say this, I really want to fix this, then you let me know. And they had a signal. So if I say something and I hear from the next one, Dad, I knew what that meant. I just stepped over the line and I said something critical. So what I began doing was, you know what, the best practice is holding my tongue. Because that point I was going to make only brought rejection.
Wow.
It's worthless. All the points we make that are so valuable, that have to be said. If you're melancholy, you know what I mean. It's burning inside you. I have to make this point. And then the moment we say it, we regret it. And you think we learn? Never. It's amazing. Like, it's burning inside. Now I just put it out. I really try to put it out and realize, wow, I am further ahead by not making that comment. I thought by criticizing the dinner was so that we would not get this again, right, in this way. And so, but there are other ways of saying it without criticism.
Well, I like what you just said there, because that's what I always do with Stephen. I said, just what happened here, let's play it again. How's a better way of saying that? Because your point we need to be made, but how's a better way of saying it so it's received?
Yeah, can you model that? That's why I asked for the model, because I like to have a model of the negative and a model of the positive.
Of what you would say
Yeah.
in replace of that.
Can
So
you
so
give
what
us a
you said to
model?
Roz are the things, like, honey, I made you this keychain, this hook there. You said that you can put that key in just for that point. So you're helping to say like that, because it has to become a pattern for her to get
So
into
actually,
that.
and that, I do have an example of that one.
Good.
So when she said, I'll be right out, I'm looking for my keys, I said, you know, I remember there was about a month long where every day you were so diligent on putting your keys away, and you were so happy. You were so, and it's like, you're right, I'm going to start doing that again.
See?
There was no criticism in that, right? I
And you're-
reminded her that she can do it, she did do it, let's do it again. Right?
I raise my hand first.
Yeah.
You guys are so cute. But assuming that we are all believers here, it only have an effect if it's from the heart.
Exactly.
Anything that's fake
Exactly.
is just cosmetic.
Right.
It has an initial impression, but it doesn't hold in water. So the goal is, first I change my heart, and then I speak. Because sometimes people want to speak, you know those declarations that you say 1,000 times without changing the heart, it's just cosmetic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You have to change the heart, and then you say.
Exactly.
And that only can be done by prayer and the word.
And you decided you wanted to change it because you didn't want to
Yeah.
talk to us that
Right.
way. And so, because then you had to practice it first, like she said.
But in the same sense, there's some people who take everything personally, even though you have a very sincere heart, so they don't accept it and receive it, you know, what is meant out of sincerity, because they are always suspectful and assuming that they know what your heart is like. So there's other personalities who aren't necessarily like receiving that. So it kind of goes both ways.
Well, that's what we have to be
receive
sensitive to.
and not judge.
Everything.
You know what I mean? Everything that someone says, not be so, I don't believe you.
But the thing is, we can't
Because
change
you hold that
anything
against
else.
them from the past or their patterns of the past, and so then you already are thinking they're saying it this way, even though you are sincere. So I see those patterns with people.
But we can't change them. We can only do, well, I came from
Right.
my
From the
heart.
person perspective, from
Right.
my
Yeah.
perspective.
Right.
You
Right.
take them at their word and believe them.
And I think there's a biblical principle where in Romans it talks about Abraham, and he says he considered the things that are not as though they were.
Exactly.
And so along with what we've been taught here of writing truth statements, there's someone that I know that loses things frequently. And so I've written a truth statement. He will be able to hang on to his things and won't lose them,
Yes.
and so forth. And So, like in your case, you could say, my wife is always going to be able to know where her keys are.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And so as we start saying those kind of things, then
Radiate
somehow,
that.
yeah,
Radiate that message into her.
Exactly.
So that
Yeah.
she can believe it.
Yeah.
That's an excellent point.
Yes.
And practicing.
yeah.
Eileen, what do you think? She's the phlegmatic that's always listening to every word.
That's great.
Yeah, well, and Jesus called Peter the rock of the church, like before he even was. You know what I mean? So, I mean, Jesus was a perfect example of that.
Yeah. Speaking the
Absolutely.
things
He gave
that are not
names.
as though they were.
He gave the
Right.
names
That's
before
right.
they were even there.
Good.
All right,
Good
some more points. We'll see that they're also very, very sensitive. They can take things very deeply because they are very, very deep thinkers. They can be very passionate about what they do, what they believe. They're very sensitive issues. Not everything, but if it really strikes them at heart, especially things about their work, they'll be very, very sensitive about their work. They have a good self-image because they know they've studied themselves long enough. They know the way they want to do it, and they're doing it, and they tend to have a good self-image. And so they don't really take compliments. They don't need them, because their level of quality is so high. You don't need to tell them that it's good because they know it. They know it before you did. When I was making beautiful things in the shop, beautiful things that were much higher standard than even what clients expected or what they would even recognize. And so when they would come and tell me how perfect it is, it really, I'm not being
False.
arrogant.
Right.
I'm just saying it didn't really do anything because I knew more than they did why it was good. Right? I was happy that they liked it, and my phlegmatic side was thrilled that they were pleased and that I did what they were hoping for, and I made them happy. But the melancholy side was, I already knew that it was well done. Okay? We appreciate it, but we don't need it. Whereas we talked about how the sanguine thrives on it. They need that tank filled continuously. Otherwise, you'll lose them and they'll go into something else. I'm going to stick at doing what I do, whether you like it or not. Right? But so compliments like that are helpful, but we don't really need them. Be careful about criticizing a melancholy's work. They take that very, very seriously.
Yes.
And so that will discourage them. That something about their work, they put so much emphasis, I'm afraid, on work. They've thought about it a long time. They've practiced it. They've experimented. They know what is the best thing about their work and how to do it. And so if you criticize their work and their performance, they are deeply offended. And they will probably strike back. They will argue with you, and they may criticize you back. They will be defensive on that line. Oh, it's a major change, but you criticize them personally, no effect. Criticize their work, watch what happens. You're going to get a response, right? You're going to get a reaction. Because it's like, I know more about this than you. Why are you telling me? How could you possibly be telling me, right? How could you possibly be telling me, as a customer, you know a better way to build this wall unit, or how it should have been put? It's like, you're being impractical. They are they are idealists. They do have a lot of great ideas. They have a lot of theory. They don't always get their theory into practice, but they do have a lot of theory. They're into their head. They're into analyzing, into processes, into themes. That's why when I began in the seminary, I was enthralled when my professor began talking about biblical principles of God. He began talking about this is who God is, not about, well, this happened then, just details of that sort. It was about the essence of God just captured me, learning about, so into the theory of how God works, how God thinks, who is He. That was very, very powerful for me. And to be very, very logical. That was definitely my favorite subject, was logic. I mean, it's like, and it causes us the most trouble also, because when people are illogical or impractical or irrational, we have no category for it. And that's going to insert a lot of criticism into your marriage or into your relationship. If someone is illogical, it's amazing the comments, the criticism that we will have. But if you have a sanguine spouse and you're expecting rationality and logic, you're in the wrong camp. It's not going to happen. So when you learn this, it creates huge grace that you're able to give back and forth, because they don't think on the same rational, logical things. When sanguines tell a story, they may start at the back of the movie. When my daughter tells me a movie, it's like I realize that's the end of the movie. But see, that had the most impact. That was the most powerful to them. So they're going to go with their emotions and tell you what's the most important. My wife tells me stories most of the time from the middle of the story. And what's the problem? I need details. I'm very logical, I'm very detailed. They said, this doesn't make any sense. You're telling me, now they don't care about details, they don't care about time frame. They have no sense of time frame. So she may be saying, well, when you said this and this and this, I said, wait a minute, no, I said that yesterday. You're saying I said it 2 weeks ago. You're saying this, but it really happened then. We get all caught up in the details, and they're all flustered because all they want to do is, do you understand my feelings? But I've had more couples in front of me get into a huge fight because she's just making a comment saying, well, last Wednesday when you said, it was Tuesday, oh, whatever, right? And she goes, no, and he's constantly correcting all these minutia details. What is the point? She says, you're missing the whole thing. And of course he is. He just wants it to, and they argue with me saying, well, we got it. If she's going to misrepresent it, we have a problem. You need to know the whole story. I'll have a spouse call me later and say, well, now you need to know the rest of the story. All these details is because what she left out, and then you know what I realized? They don't matter.
Right.
They don't matter. That's why she didn't bring them up. They don't matter because you still miss her heart.
Right.
You still don't know what she's talking about.
Right.
And I have to get all over his case. But see, it's important that we're designed to be logical. We're designed to be into details. And I'm showing you ways that we can use that we can go overboard. And it spoils things. But I tell you what, when you want to make a beautiful piece of furniture, you want to make a beautiful project, the detail makes the difference. When I was a boy and I was building museum quality models, at 6 years old, that's what led me. There was the practice of minute details. They were literally museum quality. They were that perfect. And it led me to a point that, how come, it was interesting, when I started my shop, there was other shops around me, probably 3 or 4 shops around me, all making boxes. They're just making kitchens.
Wow.
Just Formica kitchens, flat doors, no, boring, right? And they were totally content. And they were so shocked that, why are you making intricate pieces of furniture? And antique reproductions and wall units, things of detail, and I would design the detail into it. Why? It says that's what I just felt this passion to do that. So I was doing what I needed to do, and they were doing what they were comfortable and what they needed to do. They would look at me and said, I can't, you've been working on that piece of molding for 4 hours. And they tell you, I'd be done with that in a minute. I'd be so bored, I have to keep moving. That's where it's so valuable. I can stay detailed and make it, I don't care how long it takes, it will be perfect, and it has to, that's my goal. I'm not worried about entertaining myself with this work, I'm interested in the final product. The melancholy concerned with, why do you want me to do this? I'm jumping around, but these are just all points as they come into my head.
Amazing.
So the phlegmatic Lisa needs to know, how do I do this? How do I put this together? The melancholy wants to know why you want me to do this. They're not being rude, they just they do not like to waste time. They know this is your time. When I'm here, and they are so dedicated, when I'm here, I am on your clock, and you will find they will not waste a moment. These are not the people you're going to see out taking smoke breaks or visiting around the workplace. They know I am yours while I'm here. And so they stay focused, they can stay focused all day long on their task. And so they need to know that they are not wasting your time. And so they'll need to know, why do you want me to do this? Okay, I got it. If you don't tell them why, you're going to frustrate them and exasperate them because one of their main fears is they're doing something for nothing.
Yes.
And they're going to have to redo it. They hate to waste time. They hate to do things twice. So if I put my heart and soul in this and I find out I did it for nothing, I'm going to be really upset. They will quit. They will quit their job. I will never forget when I have a friend I mentioned who has a construction company who is very choleric. And my daughter worked for him, who was melancholy, phlegmatic. And she was doing all his bookwork and things. And he came out one day and he said, and she's very accommodating, very agreeable, not a problem, very, very, very organized, very efficient in what she does. And he comes out one day and he says, I need you to write this proposal. She says, I already did that. Well, I need you to do it again. And he walked out. And she said, he came back in, and she just, so he came back in an hour later, he says, can I have the proposal? No, I'm told you, I'm not doing it. They got into a huge fight, and she's the most peaceful, laid-back girl you'll ever meet. They got into a big argument, and so he calls me up, and he says, what's wrong with your daughter? What's going on? What am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? And so I said, tell me the story, and he tells me, I said,
Yeah.
did you tell her why you needed that done? She shouldn't have to. I'm the boss. I just told her to do it. She should respect me and do it. I said, well, let me tell you, that doesn't work. She does not want to, she's actually respecting you more than you realize. She does not want to waste your time. So I said, so why do you want this done again? Well, I just wanted it done in a little different format. That's what the customer asked for. I said,
Duh.
why you couldn't have told her that? But there's the arrogance setting in. It's my way, do what I say, and that's where the cleric can get a little out of line, right? I said, learn your people. I said, if she had known, okay, I just want it phrased a little different, it would have changed the whole story. You would not have had this problem. And so they need to know why, because they're very logical. If you ask them to do something, and they don't understand how this fits in with the scheme of things, they will question you until you find a way to tell them why. They cannot do it when it makes no sense. They're that logical and that organized and that critical thinkers. If you tell me, okay, I want you to drive this route, they say, that's ridiculous. This way is half the time. But no, I want you to. And don't tell them why. Like, maybe I want you to go because I want you to pick up something at the store. Okay, fine. You could have told me that? They need that little information to explain, why do you want me to go this way? And people just say, well, you just do what I say. Just respect it and do it. And it doesn't work. So take a few extra moments to explain to them why I want this done. Especially with your children. Oh my goodness, it's like they don't waste any time knowing that I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. Wash your hands. And they're thinking, I washed them yesterday. I took a bath yesterday. They need to explain why. Now this gets more detailed as they grow older. When I went to my children, I said, we're not going to have a TV. You better believe I had to have why. I had to have another plan. And when I explained the whole story, then they were agreeable. Not at first, but it took a few years. But I really had to explain. If I just said no TV, what would they felt? Oh, Dad's punishing us.
Yeah.
Right? You're just denying us this. We grow older. We're going to keep sex within marriage. Why? Why? Everybody, look at all my friends, everybody is doing this. You better believe I had to explain why. And you can go through everything in your faith. Why are we going to church this Sunday? Why if I pray for your sister, we believe she's going to get healed? They want to know, otherwise they're not going to do it. If you don't tell me why we're doing this, they will not do it. And so when you understand this, it makes huge differences in your life and in their life. They are very, very disciplined. They are very focused, very disciplined, very empathetic. They have a sense of understanding, even more than the phlegmatic, I think, because they're so analytical. They are actually thinking, they are in your head picturing, imagining what life is like in your head right now. By being able to analyze the words that you tell me, I can picture and feel what you're feeling. That's what makes me a better counselor than maybe some of the other temperaments, because I actually have the ability to feel by analyzing. You must feel this, you must feel that, you must have felt like that. And I can see where you're going, I see where you've been. You see, I'm able to analyze and see this is what happened, right? So much of counseling is solving puzzles. But by analyzing, if you're speaking with me in the counseling office, my mind is racing, trying to picture everything that you're telling me and make it a reality and experience it all in the moment that you're telling me. I have to experience it so that I can emphasize with you. And it just comes, a gift that comes with it. Again, very competent, very long-suffering. We are able to suffer. As with the phlegmatic, they just have an ability to suffer. Of course, they feel they're able to, they're called to, and for some reason we feel we deserve to suffer. You know, it's just some kind of thing that we're going to suffer for you. It's to be by the book, right? You will, if I tell you to tap 10 times, the phlegmatic, they will not do it 9, they will not do it 11, they will do it 10 times. You know, if I say chew this many times, they will chew that many times. Whatever, they will follow the book. If the speed limit is 55, they will go 55. They will not, you'll find them not wavering too far. They will follow the rules. Right? I told you a story about how when we open up the instructions for a new game with my grandchildren, the sanguine ones just grab it and they just, let's just start playing, and they start making up their own rules. Whatever it does, say the people, let's have fun, right? Where I look at my little melancholy and he's there just devouring the instructions, right? It has to be the way they intended it. He said, well, that way stinks. I tried that, you know, this was more fun. No, you have to buy another game that has that set of rules in it for them to play that way. You know, and so I watched them. It's interesting. When they're playing a game, if the sanguine, so he's counting, and he's like, well, 5, well, that's 6, that's 8, whatever, you know. And you went one step further. That's like the whole world just ended. He will reach over and correct it. He will put that piece where it needs to go. And the sanguine's saying, but I like the color of that spot. I like yellow. I want to put my piece on yellow. But you only had 5 count spaces. That would be 6. And it's this huge discussion, right? One wants fun, one wants compliance. And they will take this throughout every aspect of their life. It has to be done right. It has to be done the way it was designed to be designed. They're not the most creative cooks. Even though they're very creative, they will follow the recipe. They will follow the instruction. They can get stuck on instructions. The greatest thing that I ever did when I was beginning to teach, the best thing that I could do, and this was someone else's advice, and it was terrifying, but I put away the notes. They said, speak from your heart, speak from your stories, from your experiences. It was so difficult not to follow a rigid guideline. That's what I was drawn to. That's what, that plan, that step-by-step procedure, but just to follow, it's just, we can actually get stuck on that really, really bad. Let me think what else here. Some of their weaknesses. This is a temperament that is prone to depression. We saw that they have the negative, they see things in a negative light. And so, depending on what level you are at, you can see everything as moderately negative, some things as negative, or everything can be negative. And this is something we have to really be careful with those who are counseling. Those people that are in your office may see too many things as negative. Everything is seen as negative. And it leads into depression. And so they're so used to seeing things negative that they can just really be a big downer. And so it's like, let's go fishing tomorrow. Oh, it'll probably rain. Always coming up with some kind of negative thing. where that was originally designed, why does God give people melancholies a negative bent? Well, it actually was designed for a good reason. You will find that of all the things that we may have spoiled, they were originally intended for something good. And so, this is a very, very important principle, and you'll understand so much more about the way people operate even as a team. The melancholy is designed to be analytical, using his mind to find what could go wrong. And so they can protect a group, they can protect yourself, they can protect your family, because they're able to foresee by studying, by analyzing, they can see what may go wrong, and they can solve problems early. They can keep disasters from happening. And so it can be looked at as negative, but it was designed for something good. And so if, let's say you have a team of people, and they come up with a new product, and the Sanguines they're running the meeting, and they're making a presentation to the boss. They're saying, we've come up with this new product. You know, this thing is we are so excited about it. You know, and they're talking, look at the color. This box is so beautiful. And it's going to attract so much attention. We're going to sell millions of these things. And he's going on and on about all these beautiful things and the emotional level of why this thing is so valuable. And then they get everybody excited. And then Melancholy raises his hand finally and says, but it's not going to work. With the materials you're using are not going to work in the rain, and it's going to completely disintegrate. And you're going to have huge failure. And everybody goes, oh, who invited this wet blanket into our meeting, right? And then finally, but then they're all discouraged, but then they stop and they think about it. It's like, you know what? He's right. He's right. Darn it, he's right. And this guy just saved the company $1 million, because the Sanguines maybe have got them all hyped up to push this thing on the market, and he's able to see, especially think about car manufacture and details like that, where they see things that this part is not going to last, this part's going to wear out, this could cause an accident. They see all these things that could go wrong. And it's extremely important. You will never plan anything without having at least a couple melancholies in the group to point out the negative, to point out, well, people may not react that way. This people may react that way, and so let's try to cover all the bases. Let's try to deal with this now, before we give the presentation, before we put this thing in a commercial, before we present it to the church. Let's work out all the bugs now. Extremely skillful in doing this. But then again, you take that to an extreme, and it's like, oh, it'll probably rain anyway. And you get that kind of attitude, right? So, again, balance and balance. What does it mean? Does not forgive easily. They tend to not forgive themselves. This is where it stems from. Because they do not forgive themselves, they find it very difficult to forgive others. If I cause this pain, I am going to beat myself up. And so if you cause pain, I have to beat you up. Right? And so they don't forgive easily. You have to really show them that you're sorry. This is a problem. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good theology. Because we expect to see them suffer. But when you really look at this, it's a very interesting thing to analyze. If we really do this, and how many of us may do that? You know, it's like, I think if I gave the example about if your child, let's say your child breaks something, and they come to us like, you know, Daddy, I broke this, and it's like, I'm sorry. You're not sorry. Tell me you're sorry. I'm sorry. You're not really sorry. And they start to cry. I'm sorry. Okay, now I forgive you. And that silly example is really, really true. Until we see you suffering, until I see some pain, and this is so true. I've seen more clients in my office with couples, one trying to forgive the other, and the other doesn't believe it. The one starts to cry, and then all of a sudden they receive it. Yes?
I have a question. Is there not, though, a potentially valid point regarding authenticity? which is what you had brought up, versus, you know, like godly sorrow versus worldly sorrow, which
Absolutely.
worldly sorrow is over your consequences, and maybe you really aren't, you know, you really haven't had a change of heart, like Yada had said, change of heart, right?
But if a person, I've seen people express in front of me
You mean
real
authentic?
passion. The light, you can see the light bulb goes off, and you can feel the remorse, and you feel it, and they are truly sorry
Okay,
for
so
what
that
they
is-
did.
that is
And the
the
husband, but because they're not either crying or offering to make all this recompense for it,
Okay.
the person doesn't receive it. And I can tell you're not getting enough suffering out of this person. It's
Yeah,
too
that's-
easy.
That's different.
I'm giving it too easy, and I have to stop and say, can we think about this a moment? What did you pay for Jesus to die on the cross for you? Your offenses were 1,000,000 times more than this, and He forgave them all, and you didn't even know that. He did it for you for nothing. Yet you're not willing to forgive your spouse when they are truly repentant, and you see it. And they're making, I'm gonna try to do this and this and this. They're offering signs of repentance. I'm going to change. I'm going to try to do this, and I still don't receive it. All of a sudden they're suffering. It's like, well, then you need to do this and this and this, or placing some kind of demands on them, and then they will feel forgiveness. I don't think so. I don't think this is. I've seen too much of this to know that it's really, really true. Enjoys being hurt. This is the toughest point of the whole day. This will be the most difficult concept for you to understand. If you're melancholy, you may begin to understand, but until you will need to think about this more, because everyone does. And so when I'm explaining to a melancholy client about why they're moving so much into depression. So they're prone to depression. Remember, they're prone to the negative. What is this thing with enjoys being hurt? Well, it's like this. The way that a melancholy receives comfort is through self-pity. Nobody likes to admit it, but I tell you, they come back the next day and they say, you know what? It sounded so bizarre when you said it, but I feel it's actually true. And I do it. I do that. So self-pity is our comfort mechanism. And so if you hurt me, I will go and seclude, and I will think about what you said, and I will feel that hurt. And it's like putting a warm, wet blanket of self-pity around me. Okay? Also, when I feel self-pity, some kind of an endorphin is released in my brain, and it's like a drug. It actually gives me a calming effect. Now, like any drug,
Side effects.
so this is what a melancholy will do, and you think about this. So, someone hurts me. I will go. I will sit back and I'll think about it, and I will replay the scene in my mind, and I will feel self-pity. Okay, but now that's over. I want more of the self-pity. I want more of that little comfort endorphin, and so I play it again. I watch the video again. Now, what's the problem? And so, but I feel it, but I don't feel it as strong as I did the first time. What happens when we take a drug?
You get addicted to it, need more of it.
You need more of it. Why? Because it doesn't have the same effect. You need more of it to produce the same effect. You need to take more. So they say you're always chasing a high. You're taking more and more and more to reach the same effect as the first time you experienced it. In the same way, the melancholy has to embellish his little dream. Now he is the author. He's creating this scene. Now this is where it gets very, very creative. And this is the damage which really, really can occur. We start building, as we talked before, all those negative thoughts start building protein molecules and negativity in your brain. And it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, and that becomes your dominant way of thinking, and then your dominant way of behaving. So I play the scene over again. So in this scene, Jane says something, just a bypassing comment. but it hurt me. And so I want to feel some self-pity, so I go and when I'm sitting alone, I will have her say it again in my mind. And then I like that, so I'll play it again. But it doesn't have the same effect. So I'll have her add a few other words. Now, I'm writing this, so I can do whatever I want. I'll add a few words to it. She meant this. She meant that I'm also a jerk. So I'm going to add that in too. Besides that she didn't like the color of my shirt, I'm also a jerk. Then I'll add on, she probably didn't like my shoes either. And so I'll add on that she commented about my shoes. And every time I play this, it's with a little more punch. It's a little, I embellish the story. I'm telling you, it sounds crazy until you think about that we do this, if you're melancholy. By the time I'm done, if I sit there and go, I could go an hour, 2 hours, I could lie there at night and do this for 2 or 3 hours. Some people do it all day. This is what drives you into depression. By the time I'm done, I have got the whole room criticizing me, feeling the same way as her, ready to tar and feather me. It's like I can do this in my own mind because I have to embellish it to get the high. And so I tell this to people and they think, you are on drugs. No, but I never do that. 10 out of 10 times they come back next time and they say, you know what, I've really thought about it. Now what happens is they experienced it and they realize what I said is absolutely true. Now how did I learn this? I heard, like you, I saw that comment for the first time when I studied temperament. And then I began realizing that that's how I do this. Then I began asking other people, and they said, I do that too. So it's very, very real, and it needs to be, it's the #1 way you will help a melancholy, is keep them from going there. They need to change the channel. They need to immediately deny it as a lie. Take it for what it is. It was a passing comment that Jane made. She really probably meant no harm by it, but I have no right to go seeking self-pity when it was really never intended as a criticism in the first place. And so we can avoid that by not receiving it that way, by turning it and just changing the channel and just refuse to go there. I remember, I'll never forget it. I watched at church, after the service, there was 2 gals. One was high sanguine, the other was very high melancholy. Somebody came up to them both and made a comment about their singing. They were both singing together in this whole group, but one was high sanguine, one was melancholy, and one said, just didn't even, it's okay, that's fine. Everyone, that's the way you felt. The other person, I watched plummeting into depression in front of my eyes. And the other one, the sanguine friend, realized and said, no, she said, I see where you're going. She said, no, it wasn't all that bad. It wasn't that bad. He said, let's go have lunch and we'll just change the channel. And the other one said, no, I'm going to go home and be depressed. She knew, I'm going to take this opportunity and I'm going to go enjoy a glass of self-pity. And that's what you do. And I watched it in front of my eyes. It was amazing. Hard to please, because they're such perfectionists. They say it has to be done. They like things done their way because they know it works. It's the best way. I've done it, not because I've done it for 40 years, but because I've really tested this. I've analyzed it. I've processed. I've checked everything on the market, and I know that this is the best product or the best way to do it. And that's so. If you're not doing it that way, there's just something wrong with you. And so that's what tends to happen. They're suspicious. They're just going to question you. Why are you asking me this? Can't you see that I've really studied this and researched it? Why are you challenging me on this? What's your motive? You must be, so that they're thinking too much. Remember, these are weaknesses, right? We're looking at weaknesses. If they are that way, so these are things that need to be corrected. But if they are, it means they're thinking too much about the wrong thing. Again, write it down. That will be your best definition of depression, was thinking too much of the wrong thing. And so that's what drives them into depression. That's what drives them to that negative side of life. They just need to change the channel and start growing the positive protein molecules in their brains. Hypochondriac, feelings of persecution, too introspective. These are all things that draws them inward. These are people that, as I said, they like to be with people just some of the time. They're introverts. They will choose many times to be alone. Because in that alone time they think, they can gather information, they can process, they can make plans for tomorrow. But also in that alone time, they can go too deeply. They can analyze, why did this person say this? What were they really thinking? What was their purpose? Everybody must be thinking this. And they just think, and that's how the stories grow. Remember I just told you how do I embellish these stories? It's just like that. They analyze it to death and assume all these negative things are happening when actually nothing of the sort did happen. So obsessed with his thoughts, they can be they're zoned out, just thinking about in their own world. Always remembers the negative, pessimistic. This is important. This is where counseling really needs to step in and help out. The melancholy keeps an emotional scorecard of every time they've been hurt. And this can be a huge problem in a relationship. Whereas let's say the sanguine may just have completely let it go, they've forgot about it, they've moved on, they don't like to think about those negative things, where you're in a counseling session and he keeps bringing up these things that happened. And we have to, and they say, we have to go there again. Well, my most incredible story was a woman that came in, and she went off on her husband. She had 5 things. I said, what are you most resentful about your husband? Now, I didn't know she was so prepared. But she said, she listed 5 things that were just like, there were strong things. They were like major things that he had done that offended her. And if you listened to her, you would have felt like I did. I was like, all of this had to have happened within the last 2 weeks, with the intensity of that she was saying it. And so I said, this is a lot to endure. I said, you've actually, he's done all this in the past couple of weeks, the past month. And that's when he says, Gary says, these began 20 years ago. And he started listing, this happened 20 years ago. This happened 18 years ago. This happened 14 years ago. None of them were even within 5 years. She spoke of them, she lives them and breathes them like they happened yesterday. That's the ultimate example of an emotional scorecard. They will bring them up when they need them. She thought this was her ammunition, and so she was going to let loose with her scorecard. You go to a melancholy, you tell them, I've got a problem with this. They will do tit for tat. They will quickly pull out their emotional scorecard, and they will instantly tell you 10 things you've done wrong, and they will crush you, and guess what? That's the end of our discussion. We never got anywhere to find out what you were trying to tell me, because I just blasted you with my emotional scorecard, and I just obliterated. You are worse than me. You have nothing to talk about, and I don't receive what you have to say. This happens in pretty much all marriages. The tit for tat. That's where they're getting it from. I'm drawing it from my scorecard. This scorecard needs to be destroyed. It needs to be eliminated. Then you can begin to have grace for one another. That's where you move forward. And I keep a 2x4 in my office, which I have to slap many people on the side of the head with it. If I see them going back, after we agree, we are never going to discuss. It's been forgiven. There's been healing. We prayed all through this. We are never going to bring this up again. And they bring it up, they get swat with a 2x4. It needs to be knocked out of them. It's that dangerous, and it will drive us backwards every time. We see they can, there it is, always remembers the negative. Too meticulous can be just, they can be, that's your perfectionist to an extreme. Anything to an extreme can be very, very dangerous. And they will take things, so an ultra perfectionist is the most frustrating thing, the most difficult thing to live with. As I told you before, I almost put my company out of business by being such a perfectionist. It's just, you can really cause a lot of damage, a lot of pain, and a lot of loss by being overly meticulous, like fixing things that don't need to be fixed. Putting things to a level that no one else will understand or appreciate or value. You do it, that's so selfish. You do it just for you and your own satisfaction. It's like, no one will get it or appreciate it. I just have to. I just have to. It's filling your own emotional need that you've created. You've created this ridiculous level of perfection, and now you are holding yourself to it. And it will keep you so limited. Slow to make a decision. Why do you think they're having such a difficulty making the decision? Put into account that they are perfectionists. It has to be right. Why would they be so afraid, do you think, to make a decision?
So they won't be criticized for their work and things that they do.
If you make a decision, it's either going to be what? It's either going to be right or it's going to be
Wrong.
what if I make a mistake? What if the decision is wrong? How will I ever live with this? Right? Terrifying to them. And so they stall, they analyze, and they say, well, I just need more time to think about it. And then they analyze it, and they analyze it, and they'll never get to a level of satisfaction. And so they're always afraid to make a decision. They can so overdo it and then miss out on opportunities. I had a friend who was a brilliant, brilliant photographer. He made the most creative book I'd ever seen. He had a book he was going to put 200 pictures. It was a brilliant idea. He wrote to the best photographers in America. And he said, I'm creating a book, would you give me to put in the book, and you'll all be compensated for it, send me 10 of your best works. And he did that to over 200 of the best photographers in the country. And he had a collection of work, it was all nature, that would absolutely rock your world. It was so exceptional. But they all were the highest quality. So now he's got this stack of pictures. So he narrowed it down to 400 pictures. He only wanted 200 in the book. Any one of them. You took any of those pictures, you would have the best book you've ever seen on scenes of nature that you've never seen. I'm telling you, it was breathtaking. I could have done it in an hour. I could have picked out 200 pictures and it would have been a bestseller. He spent a year selecting the best 200 pictures. You're not going to believe this. He spent 1 year selecting the best pictures, writing the captions for it, putting them in the right order so that they were the right. This picture mirrored this one, and it was the right combination. He juggled those around, those 200 pictures, for 1 year. He finished the book. He showed me it was spectacular. I said, "Let's sell it." It was let's do it. I was kind of helping him with it. Let's do this thing. He said, "Well, I'm going to tweak it. I think I need to tweak it. I think I can get some better." So he analyzed this to death. 1 year later, all the 200 pictures that were left are now the 200 in the book. One by one, he took because those were better. Somehow those must be better. And by analyzing, so I couldn't believe my eyes. Those 200 pictures now had become the next best, it would be the best ones for the book. He wasted a whole year. His wife is working her brains out supporting this nonsense. The frustration, the resentment. He is now 1 year later, and the economy crashed. Never sold a book. So again, lost out on a fabulous opportunity. There's all kinds of people interested, but by tweaking it, lost, besides the expense of another year, totally lost his opportunity. So imagine his phlegmatic side, the regret that he had of missing an opportunity, but being such ultra perfectionist. That is like a very strong example, and it's very real. It's in, pull that down at any level, and that's what we do if we overdo perfectionism. It can make everyone crazy. Everyone will be on pins and needles, and we don't need to be there. There has to be some kind of compromise, bringing them back to reality of what is acceptable, what is real, what would God expect you to focus on. Spending this kind of loss, God was not, he could not have been pleased.
Yeah, she did 2 books. You can do the first one and the second one.
Right.
In those 2 years.
All right, any questions at all about what we talked about, the melancholy?
Gary, because melancholy is generally takes criticism not very easily, how effective is it if a family member tries to help them with some of these weaknesses, or do you really need an out, talk with them because they're with the because in a family they're together all the time and
so this is your
like an arbiter. Do you need an arbiter?
Well, I'll tell you why. You raise excellent point. First, I'll tell you why it is difficult for a family member. Even now, the number one thing is you have to tell them why. Why do I feel you are too much of this? Why do I feel you need to change here? Why am I criticizing you? So if you can tell them why, you're way ahead. What's the problem with a family member? If you're my family, I know all your faults. And I love to play tit for tat. So, and I watch this in my office 1,000 times. So the family members come in and they try to tell him, and all he does is blast everybody because he knows every one of their faults. So an outsider comes and tells him this, but it has to be someone they respect. They've heard about, they know about him, and they do respect him. They don't know any of his faults. And so they can't play the game. They can't jump in and play tit for tat. And it's usually much more effective. That's what I've seen. Excellent point.
Would you say that that's an example then of distraction? That basically, like, the melancholy is using the tit for tat as a distraction, like anything to get the focus off of me being criticized. So I'm gonna put place the focus onto you,
right? Because
it's like we see in politics all the time.
Who are you to criticize me?
It's just avoiding.
So, they do not like to be criticized. Remember, they're the professional criticizers. We are the ones who are expert. We are professional criticizers, and so we expected we would be the ones criticizing you, not you criticizing me. But if I don't know them, any other thoughts on the melancholy? Any questions about any of their tendencies?
So Gary's a good one to send them to.
What?
I said you're a good one to send them to.
Right.
Keep your phone in a lockbox.
Right. All right. We'll have a little review. Just to zip through these. So again, loves music and arts. That's where you're going to find your greatest musicians, your greatest artists, and lovers of art. Even if they are not artists themselves, they will love art, or they will tend to love art, love music. I know many melancholies that can't play a note, but boy, they sure love it. They just appreciate it and love it like no one's business. Sensitive to nature, they're just so aware of, they appreciate. You know why? Why do you think they appreciate nature so much? Because they're so analytical. They see the complexity of nature. They are blown away by it, where others may just make him, oh, that makes me feel good, or it's like, don't have the time to notice it. They understand what it must have taken to build this spider, what it must have taken to build this rainbow. That is amazing. They go deeper, and so they tend to appreciate. These are the ones who really can write psalms and appreciate the magnitude and splendor of God's awesomeness, because they get it. They really get it. There it is, the analytical ability. They can decipher anything. They can break things apart. They will figure out why this happened and why this is going to happen. Emotionally responsive. They will respond to you based on your emotion. And so, how you come to them, they will respond back to you. Once again, deep thinker, relationship to others, self-sacrificing. And we're not afraid to suffer. We just feel we deserve it. We just feel we're called to suffer. It is really the suffering temperament. They have no problem sacrificing for a friend. Faithful and loyal, also very, very, all about friendships, very, very much into friends, but they are going to be deep friends. So if I spent all this time building a deep relationship, I want to keep it, and I want to enjoy it. I'm going to be loyal to you. Those, when I think about my suppliers in my business, those who I really respected, and those that treated me well, I didn't shop around. It is so foreign to imagine shopping around for a better price on plywood. I will go to you first and say, listen, I heard that I can get it for this price. Would you consider matching that? I would always do that first. I'm going to be loyal to you. You've given me good product all these years. And I showed that. When I went out of business way back in '91, I owed a fortune to my suppliers. Everyone said, just go out of debt, just go out of business, just go bankrupt. Everybody does it. They write it off, all this hullabaloo that they expect it, they write it off. And I said, no. I sat around a table full of all the accountants and lawyers, and when we realized we had to close the shop, and I said, no, I am going to pay them back. He said, why? Look what you can do to your family, the sacrifice. I'm not afraid to sacrifice. I said, they all gave me good product. They are going to get paid. I'm loyal to my suppliers. I'm going to pay them back. And over the next 5 years, I called everyone. They couldn't believe it. And I didn't even need the lawyers to do it. I said, I'll do it. I called every supplier, and I said, this is what I want to do. I said, I want to pay you back because you gave me a good product, and I want to remain loyal to you. I want to pay you back. Would you put me on a payment plan? Everyone did. I paid them all back. Most of them came back to me and said, this was when the whole crash happened with the Gulf War, and they said, you were the only company that paid us back. I was brokenhearted. I thought everybody, this was before I understood, like people can be. I thought this was natural. Everybody would do this. He said, you were the only one that paid us back. And then we got company after company after company doing this. They were blown away. I also had a debt with the bank. They had given me good service. I told them I was going to pay them back, and I had a plan with them. This is how it pays off. And so when I finished that debt, I told them, this is what I'm going to do. Every month I gave them a check for a certain amount, and when it was done, I'll never forget, I went in the bank to give them my last check. And the fellow was one of the vice president's company was walking by, and I gave it to him. He says, they knew I was always came in, and he says, come with me. And he takes me in this room, and there was this huge table, and they were having this big meeting, and all the big wigs of the bank were sitting there. And they said, we want to honor you for what you have done. And I'm like, what? What did I do? And he said, we want to tell you that when you went out of business, so did many others in this town, and you're the only one that paid us back. You did exactly what you said you were going to do, to the penny, to the day you said, and every single payment you made on the exact time. We said, we are so blown away. So they said, we want to tell you in front of all of us, that anything you ever need, you come to us, and we'll take care of it. And so years later, when I had an opportunity to buy a house, I had no credit because it had all been destroyed in the loss of this business. I didn't go bankrupt, but still you lose a lot of credibility. They gave me a character loan. They said, we haven't done this for 200 years. They said, but we are giving you a character. We don't want any paperwork. You don't have to give us any tax returns. We are giving you, how much do you want done? And it's called, I said, what, this is possible? He said, yeah, it's called a character loan. You'll never hear about it unless you were with the forefathers of this country, but that's what they did on a handshake back then. But we were going to do this deal on a handshake because they knew. And so that's, I felt, but to me it was, that's being loyal. That's being loyal. Makes friends cautiously, very, very careful, because I don't want to be, we don't want to be taken advantage of, we don't want to be finding ourselves in a situation we can't get out of. So we'll spend time with people not getting too deeply involved. Now I want to know what you think. Are we on the same wavelength? Are we thinking the same? I'd like to be comfortable with that before I jump right in. Deep feeling for friends. We love friends. Love to share, love to talk, love to give back and forth. Some weaknesses, again, can be moody and gloomy if they let themselves go to that depressed side. Can also be pessimistic. If they see too many things, they're starting to get really, really professional at seeing the negative, what things could go wrong, and becoming obsessed with that. It leads to being pessimistic. Again, I told you they like to suffer. It's all about that self-pity thing. Depression, thinking too much of the wrong thing, leads them into depression. Proud. I've done it. I know that I'm good. You can't tell me otherwise. I've worked hard at it. I perfected it. I know I'm good. Relationship to others. Critical of others' imperfections. They don't tolerate imperfections in themselves. We're surely not going to tolerate in you. Especially if you're working with me or for me. I'm not going to put up with it. If I changed it, you can change it. It's especially true of people who have overcome an addiction. They tend to be very, very harsh over people. I'm amazed that people they've smoked for 30 years, they quit smoking, all of a sudden they are so critical of every smoker they meet. They blast them. It's like, who are you calling this, like the, you know, the kettle calling the pot black, right? But they forget that if I did it, they can do it. They really feel strong about that. Fearful of what others think. Are you going to challenge the way that I think? Are you going to cause me to think more? I mean, what's happening here? I can't, you know, I know what I think, but I'm questioning what you think. It doesn't feel right, it doesn't sound right. So I'm fearful of what you're thinking and what you're trying to sell me. It doesn't feel right. Because I've analyzed it to death, so why do I want to, I'm concerned about what you think, what you're thinking. That's why they're suspicious, same reason. What are you after? What are you looking for? And often deeply hurt. Again, because they enjoy being hurt, so they'll let themselves be hurt. But if, especially if it's from a friend, they can become very, very emotionally involved, very, very deeply, because they cannot believe that you did this to them, that you would think that low of them to want to hurt them that way. And again, the emotional scorecard, they can carry those grudges, need to be eliminated. Dislikes those in opposition. They want things all, as much as we can be united, as less I have to argue about it, the better. Besides, they're being so critical, there's something, if you're not thinking the way I'm thinking, there's something wrong with you. I don't like you because you don't think like I think, and I don't want to be with you because there's something wrong with you, and you upset me because you're not logical, you're impractical, whatever. So they actually, not only will they avoid them, but they just don't like them because they think there's something wrong with them. You shouldn't be on the planet. You know, they can get to that extreme. You shouldn't even be here if you're thinking to think that way. Definitely don't want to be in this group. And they can be hard to get along with because they they want it their way. They think this is the best way, and that's the way it should be, and they really, really push that. All right, a few more things in their activities. So we see that they're gifted. They can be perfectionists, detailed and analytical, self-disciplined, finishes what is undertaken. Always, always, you can count on that. Very creative, this is our creative talent. Intellectual, they love to analyze, they love books, they love studying, they love processes. They know their own limitations. They studied it long enough, they know what they're able to do. You know, it's like me, I can do one pull-up, don't ask me to do two. You right? I can also do one push-up. Okay, so we talked about how they're indecisive, why it's so difficult to make a decision. Theoretical, they can also be theoretical and impractical. If they get lost in their theories and all this just intellectual, they go off into that space, they can also become very impractical because it sounds great and it makes all sense in your mind, but none of the rest of us can go there. Tires easily. It's usually from their thought. It's like for me, I am more exhausted if I have to spend a whole day thinking and analyzing or doing estimates. I'm more exhausted than if I was out digging ditches. It's just, that's usually what gets us so tired, because the mental work is draining. Testing to start a new project. Also, again, slow starters. I just as soon do the same one I'm doing. I just do it again. I'd rather do something similar. But getting going is just a little bit of a process, because it takes thought, it takes effort, it takes work to get started. It takes a lot of analysis to start a new project. If they analyze something to death, that can lead to discouragement, because they don't find a solution. You're analyzing, like, imagine the discouragement my friend felt when he found out his book was totally unsellable. He had missed the point. He had missed the market. Too much analysis led to discouragement. He also was the one who lost every house he was the same fellow who lost every house that was offered him because he could not make a decision. He had a 2-hour window to make a decision. This phlegmatic side couldn't handle that. And so he also was, he analyzed too much and lost out. So some occupations for the melancholy. So we see the artists, musicians, authors, inventors, accountants, philosophers, and professors. Love to teach. And get our fashion designers in there. These are some of the possibilities. They just love to, anything creative, anything new and exciting to create, they're all about. I have one example of a melancholy. Remember The Odd Couple?
More orange juice, sir.
You remember to remove the pits?
I think so, Peter.
I don't like pits in my juice. It.
They must have got past me. You know how pits are, very sneaky.
I don't mind. I appreciate the effort required for you to make me orange juice. Good try.
Thank you, Peter.
But if you can't do a job well, don't do it well. I don't like pits in my juice.
You're right, Vince. Well, you're right. I mean, the man's right. What are you going
What did you see in that one? Overly critical. Had you see it just everything was fine. You're okay. He said, okay, got it. I understand. I got your point. And this guy is eating at him inside. I gotta say it. I gotta make sure you correct it. I gotta tell you again. And then I'll tell you again, just so you know you really disappointed me, to know that you hurt me. So you did the point. If you can't do it right, and that's their motto. If you can't do it right, don't do it, or I'll do it for you. They're the ones that'll come and they'll just take it away from you. If you're doing it and you're not doing it right, well, I'll do it. And they would just as soon do it themselves. I experienced that many times in my shop, where I would tell a guy, okay, here's an apprentice. I want you to work with this young guy. I want you to train him up, and I want you to, get him. I want to get him involved in the shop. I come back and I see that he's not teaching him, but he's got him doing the same task, the same little menial task. He's not moving up to the next level of a saw or a piece of equipment, another piece, and it's like, I said, why? Why aren't you showing him? By the time I teach him, and he's probably going to do it wrong, it's quicker to do it myself. Then I know, and he's saying every melancholy thing I just taught you. Then I know it's going to be done right. I don't have the frustration of him doing it wrong and having to correct him. That's conflict, right? I don't have to deal with all that. I just do it myself. So all of those melancholy points are all brought out, and why, and then he's not teaching him. Even though they're good teachers. But we're doing this job together. Now you're infringing on me and my performance. You're going to make me look bad because the job's not going to be done right, and you might interfere and screw it up. So he doesn't in that case, maybe he doesn't teach him and feels justified in doing it. Okay, we're almost, why don't we take a break here? We'll have some lunch, and then we'll come back and take a look at that. Okay, everyone ready? All right, now, this is a clever little chart that would be a good reference for you. I put it here with the melancholy because they are the most prone to go to negative self-talk. As we've talked before about the difference between saying lies versus truths. It's all based on that same principle, just put in a handy chart for you. But it's the idea of looking at, there's always two ways of looking at the same thing. It's not, the reason why we suffer in life, or we're going through what we're going through, is not because of what has happened to us, it's our response to what has happened. And so I know you've all seen it, where you see a scene where there's that hurricane destroys 2 homes, and the interviewer comes out and is interviewing the couple, and the one person has a completely, totally negative attitude. This is the worst catastrophe that's ever happened. We're ruined. We're finished. And the person next to them is just praising God and so thankful to be alive and talking about rebuilding. And so just a little chart to show you how does this happen? How does it grow? What is the effects? Well, I'm just having some negative thoughts. Why is that so bad? Well, you see that if you have a trauma, a tragedy happens to you, and you have a negative view, so you begin with negativity, you're going to have a negative attitude. You're going to think negative things. You're going to be you're going to be feeling very poorly about it. You're going to be looking at the worst possible things. Everything about this whole experience is unpleasant, and you're feeling attitudes of doom, catastrophe, or unrest, really.
Whoa. Oh, that's warfare right there. That's warfare. The enemy does not want this information being recorded. So I encourage prayer. Okay.
All right.
Yep, find that, that's right. I agree.
I was just saying the exact same thing,
Yep.
and you were saying the exact same thing. Find and you.
So everything is based around this terrible attitude. Now, if you have bad attitudes, you're going to express that in bad emotions. You're going to be angry. You're going to be resentful. You're going to be bitter. You're going to be critical and angry and unkind. So your emotions are going to be affected.
Gary, sorry, is this recording, Marcy? Is it recording?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sorry, I figured.
If you continue on this, you're going to now it's going to affect your behavior. You're going to act. You may punch your hand through the walls. You may hurt someone. You may hit yourself. You may do anything. It's going to affect things you say, what you do, and you lash out. You lash out at God, against your spouse, against your kids. Your behavior is going to be demonstrated. And then you're going to have non-productive results. This produces nothing of any value. You get nowhere. Whereas your neighbor right next door had a positive attitude. Oh, I'm so grateful, the attitude of gratefulness. I'm so thrilled that God saved us, that we're still alive. We could have been hurt, but we're not. We're alive and doing well. And so the person, they have pleasant emotions of joy and of peace and of resting in God's presence and their thankfulness and positive, pleasant emotions. So their behavior is going to change. They're going to do things. They're going to get involved. They're going to start to rebuild. They're going to try to recreate. They're going to check and see how the other neighbors are doing. They're going to reach out and see, what can I do to help you, and work together on this, which is going to produce productive results. When you follow it step by step, you see how picture this growing inside of you, and you see it's going to produce either productive or non-productive results. All right, let's go to the needs of a melancholy, as we talked about. If you know these, you're going to relate to them very, very differently. You're going to understand them, and things in your world are going to be very, very more positive. So then you know that they need to do things right. It's so very, very important. They're all about quality, getting it perfect, getting as right as it possibly can be. They feel that is their gift, is to do things as well as they were designed to do it. Information. They need information. Don't ask them to do a job, to do anything without giving them the tools they need. And I teach them this all the time about that. And God must be so melancholy on this, because He never sends you out to do any task without equipping you with all that you need. He will give you all the information, all the tools, all the equipment you need. A melancholy really, really expects that. Don't give them a half-baked plan. They freeze. They cannot even begin until they know the plan. They want to know, tell me everything. I ask you to write a report for me. I don't have half the information I need. We'll frustrate them, we'll make them angry. I can't do what? A good job. I can't do a thorough job. I don't have the dates I need. I don't have the information. I don't have all this, these costs are missing. Gives it back. And frustrated. I'm not even starting it until you give me the information. They need that time. It is so critical. You allow them the time they need to think and make a plan. Give them that time. Keep it reasonable, but they need that time. Without it, they will be very frustrated. You'll start to see emotions of anxiety and stress erupting in them, because they have not been given the time. And so when you have opposing temperaments, and one does not give the melancholy side time, it results in real struggle. Feedback and reassurance. One thing they really, really need is to know that they're doing it right. And so they will come to you. If you're the boss, they'll say, is this what you wanted? They just need the reassurance. Person number one, they hate to waste time. They hate to waste your time. They hate to do things twice. And so they want to know, if I'm going to do it, I want it done right the way you expected it. I'm here working for you. Tell me that this is what you want. Is this, you'll see children. They say, okay, everyone's going to color this page. I want you to, here's the plan. This is what you want. They'll be the first ones. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? Does this look right? Does this look right? If they're doing you're helping them with a math problem. They do one. Is this what you're thinking? Is this the right answer? Is that the way to do it? Then they take off and they can do it. But until they find out that you're happy with them and they're doing it the right way, they will be very stuck. And they won't want to continue, because they don't want to learn wrong. Right? So they will say, that's a learning piano. Show me, come here. Am I doing it the right way? Right? Am I saying the prayer the right way? I don't want to learn it the wrong way. Then have to what? Relearn it. Hate to do things twice. Privacy, they need that time. Alone time means don't sit next to me and talk to me while I'm thinking and making a plan. I'm sorry, but I need quiet time. And no offense to you, but I need that quiet time. And you need to know exactly what is expected. Tell me exactly what you want. Tell me when you want it, how you want it done, and I'll do it. Don't leave me without knowing exactly what you want. Because if I do what I think is right and you're upset, we're going to have a problem. Because I'm going to blame you. You're the one. You're the reason why it didn't happen. Let's look at their fears. fear of making the wrong decision. What if it's wrong? How am I going to live with myself? How am I going to face those who count on me if I make the wrong decision? Especially after I studied this thing for a month, now it's just still a fear. And so they wait on making this wrong decision. They hate making mistakes. They hate to do things twice. They know how to do it. They studied it. Why am I doing it wrong? Oh, my biggest problem for me, and that's how the enemy would attack me. Things I've done in the shop 1,000 times, and one day you do it wrong. It's like if I'm not careful, I will beat myself up mercilessly because I know better. I know how to do this. Why did this happen? People, it just happens. Right? It's just a mistake. But they hate it. They really hate it. They fear making a mistake. And so they will wait. They will wait. They will hesitate. Remember this fellow, the fear of making the book wrong, spent another year of his life out of fear of making a mistake and producing the wrong book. If I have a fear I'm going to build something wrong, that I'm going to do something wrong, I will wait until I have maybe ridiculous amount of information. Now we're overdoing it. But that fear is what's driving them to wait, to hesitate of doing something because they have that fear they're going to make a mistake if I don't have everything I need. Not having a plan. We talked about that carefully. They need to have a plan in order to operate smoothly and efficiently. They have a fear of their work being criticized, so they will try to do it exactly as you like. Somehow they know that when you criticize my work, that doesn't sit well with me, so they will go overboards to make you pleased and happy with their work, so that they'll never have to worry about being rejected by you. Not having enough information, and then you know why. They cannot do the job that you want them to do without enough information. Any questions on that so far? The needs or fears of melancholy?
Gary, we were making an observation over lunch that a lot of times in the Bible, God tells people to do certain things, but he doesn't give the why.
Yeah.
And
right.
so maybe for melancholy, they're frustrated with that. But then we thought, as it says in Proverbs, it's the glory of God to conceal a matter. It's the glory of kings to search a matter out. And so God conceals certain things, but those who pursue wisdom are going to eventually figure out the why.
That's a great example. It really makes sense.
Because when you seek, you find. When you knock, you will open the door.
Yeah, but it's not just out there for anyone to see. You
Yep.
you have to pursue it.
And it's
Press in.
Which is protected.
And it happens pretty much all the time that when we do trust God and just do it out of faith, He reveals why we had needed to do that. Now I see why it took this long. Now I see why I had to do this first. Now I see why I didn't come to Naples until this year instead of last year when I thought I was supposed to come. Yeah, now I see it. And it's exciting to see that He had a plan all this time. Yeah, very, very good point. Okay, the melancholy and rejection. They can take personal criticism, we talked about this, but feel rejected when their work is criticized. They have put so much thought into it, so much effort, they really can't imagine it, why they're just so sure it's correct, and they get brokenhearted when you, after all their hard work, that you criticize it. Sometimes, and this one's about the scorecard, we talked about that, even if they perceive you've done something to them, guess what? It goes on the scorecard. And if they think about it long enough, they will be convinced you actually did it. They will believe this lie that you actually did it. And so this is where they keep that scorecard, and eventually they may react in anger, and everything on that scorecard comes out, and you get to see the whole thing dumped on you. You can't believe, how is your memory so great? You cannot remember what you had for breakfast, but you know what happened 20 years ago, what I did. This ridiculous thing that happened, right? So, remember, they are reacting, and that's a very, very good example of why, and this happens every day in my office, where if somebody says one thing, and this could be an explosive reaction, the person said, how is what I just said could warrant all that reaction? Well, that's because it's going back and being processed in a millisecond through that emotional scorecard, coming into the present, fully laden with all of that hurt and pain and rejection that it picked up along the way, and now it gets exploded on you in one instant. The melancholy does not accept mistakes or failure very well. He has very high standards, which he first places upon himself and then upon others. So he becomes very depressed when he doesn't reach the level that he wanted. If they become, and this is our own doing, so if we set these high standards and too high standards, when it doesn't happen, it's easy to become depressed about it, because we beat ourselves up. And the bottom part, as we already talked about, is that's about the self-pity and feeling and actually liking, enjoying to feel that hurt. That drives them deeper and deeper and deeper into depression. So what they do to kind of calm themselves down and relieve themselves actually deepens and lengthens their depression. So melancholy language, the facts are, I need more information. I have another question. Why do we need to do this? What exactly do you mean? I can't decide. All right, so any questions at all about the melancholy temperament? Everybody good? All right, let's, we're going to look at, just going to review some few principles to kind of wrap things up. So we have foundational principles. Everyone has traits of all four temperaments, meaning we are made of four temperaments, again, predominantly two. The two that are the highest above the graph will be your two main ones. Everyone is a combination of two temperaments. Each temperament has natural strengths and natural weaknesses. Everyone does. You'll see, as we saw, if you compare all those lists, everyone has about the same amount of strengths and the same amount of weaknesses. One temperament is not stronger or better than the other. Strengths and weaknesses represent both temperaments. Each temperament will have strengths. If you're made of predominantly two, each of yours will have strengths, each will have weaknesses. Both. And the strengths and weaknesses vary in degrees of intensity. That's where maturity comes in. When you read the chart of all the weaknesses, do not be alarmed. Those are controllable, those are manageable. That's where maturity, that's where the gospel fits in you. Your level of faith, you will elevate in maturity those principles into godly principles. You can overcome any weakness. You can achieve any strength that you want by working at it. So of course you can diminish weaknesses if you make a plan and you focus on how am I going to eliminate this, decrease this weakness in my life. It depends on, and again when you look at your chart, it depends on which temperament is first. You say, well, a person who has Sanguine here on this chart is going to have a certain amount of strengths. If a person has one as a second temperament or much lower on the scale, they're going to have lesser amounts of that particular temperament, of those qualities. It will be at a lesser amount. So the higher you are on the graph means the more intense that temperament is for you. And so you will expect to see this person. You said, well, we're both sanguine phlegmatics, but we're seeing different because you have varying degrees. Or you have a sanguine phlegmatic that's going to be very different from a phlegmatic sanguine, because you're going to take those temperaments are going to be increased more the higher they are on that scale. And also realize that when you put two together, so we've taken the time to study each temperament individually. We are a blend of all four, predominantly two, meaning whenever you look at a strength or weakness, you determine, well, how much is that in my life? A lot is going to depend on what is your second temperament. Let's say you have a choleric phlegmatic. A choleric, if it was just a choleric or an extremely high choleric, would act one way. If it's a little lower, balanced with a phlegmatic, that phlegmatic is going to calm down the choleric. Okay, it's going, so you can't say, well, I have all those qualities. It's going to be, you always have to say, how is it balanced with my second temperament? If you have, let's say you have, switch it the other way. You have a choleric melancholy. The choleric is going to drive all the characteristics of the melancholy. So it's going to, your strength is going to, it's going to increase those melancholy temperament traits by the power of the choleric. So the order of these things makes a difference, and you have to weigh everything based on balancing the two together. What is one, how is one affecting the other? Which is a stronger temperament? How does one smooth down or increase the traits of the other? Some more principles. So we said traits can be developed because everything is a choice. So choose to develop your natural strengths. Choose to control your weaknesses. Temperament is developed according to a person's response to variables in their environment. It's not just, okay, I'm born this, that's the way I am, I'm stuck this way, or I have to be this way. You'll see it depends on things like early home environment. This is going to affect your temperament. It's going to affect, so we need consistent love, discipline, and praise. We do not need to be compared, condemned, or criticized, which often has an adverse effect on the development of a healthy self-image. So you can say, oh, I'm a melancholy, I have a good self-image. Well, it depends. It's going to be affected by your parents, how you were raised, how you were praised or affirmed, or were you criticized, were you put down. And you will be battling this maybe your whole life, despite your temperament. Your peers, those you associate with, are going to influence your beliefs and your value system. Where you were reared, we know that this makes a huge difference of even what you think is right, good, and normal. You're going to focus on, you learn from your environment that you're in. When you were reared, this definitely makes a difference. Each decade seems to have a unique set of issues that exert strong influence upon individual development. We know that this is true. People 40, 50 years ago had a completely different set of values. But now that we have, maybe that we don't have, that we have to overcome now. We have new ones that they didn't have then. And so every generation is going to have its own issues to deal with and to adjust their temperament to. Your education, where you were educated, what schools you went to, who were your teachers, what did they believe, what was their value system? What groups have you been associated with? Your schools, your churches, clubs definitely will affect your development. Gender. Even if you take, we know this from working with couples, even if you're the same temperament, you're going to have the difference between a male and a female. We just see things a little differently, and it's going to affect what looks like your temperament. Your work ethic. If you have a work ethic, can very, very much change how you apply yourself at getting a good job. This is probably one of the most major factors of all the ones I've seen. This idea of a work ethic is huge. And meeting with someone years later, all I have to do is ask that one question, and I will learn so much about them. No matter what their temperament. I say, tell me when you got your first paying job. And if they tell me it was when I was 30, or when I was 22, but if they say it was when I was 8, I got a little paper out, or when I was 10, it will tell you a lot about their value of work and how they feel about work, about the value of money and how they understand what money is to be used for. It just seems to make a different value system that they have. How early they were just ingrained with the need and desire to work. Mm-hmm. Purpose. What inspires and fulfills you? It is your reason for getting out of bed every morning. Whatever your purpose is, through your faith, through your upbringing, whatever you've determined is your purpose, is going to deeply affect you no matter what your temperament is. But it will influence each temperament in the direction that your temperament wants to go. All right, let's take a look at this. Why we should learn our children's temperament. Discipline technique should vary depending on child's temperament. We've seen that. We know that in the school system today, it really adapts to one method of teaching, and the other temperaments are left out. The more that we can adopt this temperament to teaching techniques in school, the far more our children are going to learn in advance. The social expectations of the child will vary based on temperaments. The things that we expect from our children, the things that we maybe encourage them to do or not do, is based on their temperament. It gives us such guidance to a parent to understand how do we guide and direct our child based on what their temperament abilities and strengths and weaknesses are. Do not be afraid of how your different methods of parenting may appear to those around you. Instead, help others to see how understanding their children's temperament will truly help their relationship with their children. As you learn this with your children and grandchildren, share this with others. Why am I disciplining one this way and that way? I watched this happen at church one day. I watched this mother. She had these two children, and the way both of them wanted to go for this cookie after the service, and one of them she had to discipline. Now it looked like they were doing the same thing, but she disciplined them both completely different. And someone standing by criticized her for that. It seemed like one got away scot-free, where the other one was punished. And I watched her explain. She said, no, she says, these children have completely different temperaments. This one would never respond to that type of discipline, well, this one would. This one is going to get a different discipline when we get home in private. If I discipline this one in public, it would be destroyed. This one can handle it. This one needs to be at home. We're going to have a talk. Believe me, it's going to happen. But it went far. It really helped to explain to this woman, like, I am dealing with it. They are two different. Whoa, I wish I'd known that. I remember saying, wish I'd known that when I had my kids.
Wow.
The verse in Proverbs says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old he won't depart from it. Yeah. Some say that in Hebrew actually saying, train up a child according to his bent. Mm-hmm. And when he is old he won't depart from it.
That is,
yes,
right.
I like that.
That's true.
You know I agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. All right, some temperament traits to look for in your children, just to give you a little guidance for parents and grandparents. So the choleric, this child tends to take an active, assertive, and direct approach to obtaining results. This person may overwhelm others. Just watch them play with the other kids and you'll see that. The sanguine, this child tends to approach new people in an outgoing, gregarious, and socially aggressive manner. This child tends to be impulsive, emotional, and reactive. Desires attention, affection, and touch. Just knowing that can be so huge. Knowing that they need a little more attention, they need more affection, more touch. And you'll see that when you go, I think about my different grandchildren. Some that just, if I find them just, he's standing next to him, just touching his face, they kind of lean into it. They just love it. Other ones, like they'll push you away. Yeah. You know, they're not, it's like, what are you doing? But others will lean into it. So the ones that receive it, that means they need it, and I give it freely. The other ones I try to get to warm up, but but understanding the different temperaments. Phlegmatic. This child tends to prefer a more controlled, deliberate, and predictable environment, and values security. Plenty of time. I'm going to school. I'm going to preschool. When you better take me there to visit. Let me meet my teacher. Show me the room. Introduce me to someone. Slowly introducing. Time to adjust to change and help making decisions. Then they need time. Why does this one take time? They, trying to decide what clothes are we going to wear today may be a little process. But allowing them the time instead of being all frustrated with them, they're easing into their day. They're learning how to make decisions, and they need time. And you're giving them that time. You're training them how to make decisions comfortably. If they have to be rushed to make a decision will always be a terrifying experience.
I have to say, Eileen used to lay out her clothes and her breakfast the night before. Oh, that's so precious.
Yeah, see that? This works. So imagine if you criticize that, make fun of that, or don't allow it. the difference it can create, but allowing them to, allowing them to understand that making a decision can be a good process. If you give me the time, I'm happy to do it. The melancholy. This child tends to prefer that things are done the right way, according to the book. Like I said, according to the instructions. We're playing this game according to the instructions as written. That picture, it's like, Grandpa, you're building that. It doesn't look like that on the box. Well, I'm being creative. No, you can't do that. This is what it looks like. So according to the book are established accepted standards. They also need information logically given. Any questions on that? Just a brief little quick overview, kind of help you with your children and grandchildren. Just let's take a look at the, I'd like to do a quick look at explaining you the graph. So when if you haven't taken the disc, when you take it, you can look at it and understand how to read it. But basically, this one on the far right is going to describe how you took the test. So here we see the middle line, that is our dividing line. What is above the line will be your two strongest temperaments. It's based on where the other ones are, how they compare, and how close to the line will tell you how strong that part of your temperament is. So if you look at the green, we see this person. So remember we learned in the beginning that DISC refers to, you have a page in that in your notes, but in the very beginning. On the yellow we have, this is how you think that you are. This is more the way that you think that you're coming across to people and how people you believe will see you. These you'd like to be fairly close so that you know who you are. Sometimes this can vary where you think you're something you're not. So when we work with people, we help them understand either you have a very, very good idea of who you are, or you kind of off. You think you're something that you're not. In this case, what do you see? This person thinks that he's more sanguine than you might really be. He knows where this choleric is, but he just thinks he's more sanguine. Actually, the choleric is more dominant, and you might think you're being a little more lighthearted, but actually your dominant, aggressive mannerism maybe is probably what's pressing through, even though you don't think that it is. The middle graph is going to show you how you operate under pressure, or it's going to show you learned behavior. So in this instance, we see that under pressure, what happens? You see that the choleric goes up and the sanguine goes down. So what does that sound like happening? You see how the temperaments are going to be affected by pressure, by what have you learned how to deal with this in the past? What do you do under pressure, under conflict? So in this case, I would think this person is going to become much more serious, much more aggressive, much more dominant. It's going to get results by pushing. It's going to get results by being authoritative. The sanguine comes down, the light side, the hearted, the fun side. Whatever people skills I have, I'm going to lower them. My choleric side takes over and pushes through. And I find this to be very accurate. And the person has to decide, how's that working for you? Why do you want to lose your sanguine? That's really the only way you're going to be effective is that you do have sanguine, and it's keeping you close with people, lighthearted. They're able to see your joy and some kind of oneness with us. If you lose that, you could become ineffective. And so this is how we counsel people to say, this is what's happening. How is that working for you? Should we adjust it? I like to see it the other way. I like to see maybe the sanguine go up and the choleric come down. Maybe so that you become more of a people person. But whatever, you help a person find out what works best for them. What would be a better way to look at it? Many times you'll see in pressure, the phlegmatic may come way up. The person becomes very accommodating, trying to solve a conflict just by giving in, by allowing them to be whatever they want. There's all different ways to solve a conflict, and we have to find out what is the best way for your temperament to solve this problem. So by studying this, we can see how you're performing, and now do we need to modify that? Okay, well, as we do each of yours personally, I'll explain in more detail, exactly your story and how it relates to you. But any other questions about these graphs? All right. I'd like to take a few minutes to look at this. So this is a little study that I did when I did my dissertation. I was so, I think, affected by all this talk about this ADD and ADHD, and it's like I just never believed it. Having known temperament and watching sanguine children, and then watching them, and then they're telling me they need drugs, that they can't focus, they need medication, and then seeing the effects of this medication, I reacted. And so I did a short work, and this was the simplest exercise I ever did. I really don't take any credit for it. These aren't my words. Literally what I did, to prove a point, I went to the internet and I looked up ADD. And then I wrote down all the things that they described. I didn't change a word. Right out of the description of what they said ADD is. And then I took out my temperament book, and I took the words out of that book which described every element, as it was just a description of the sanguine temperament. So I didn't change a word. I just pulled them out and then compared them, and let's just see what you think. So the ADD has difficulty sustaining attention in tasks or play and is easily distracted. The sanguine. He lives in the present in such a way that the coherence of his life is lost. Each new impression drives away the preceding one. As a butterfly flutters from one flower to another, so his impressionable mind flutters from one sensation to another. It's not long before he discovers a new idea that takes hold of him just as strongly. Then his enthusiasm about the first idea completely evaporates. So in every case where they say it's so negative, I want you to see what's really happening. Is that negative? I don't think so. ADD does not seem to listen when spoken to directly. Sanguine has trouble listening. It's just part of who they are. They have trouble listening. Why? We know why. Because all they're thinking about is what? What they're going to say next. How they're going to respond to you. Their mind is exploding with thoughts. The expression, how am I going to express myself? And so how can I listen to you when all I'm worried about is when I'm going to talk to you? That's just part of their temperament. It's the way they're designed, and one of their weaknesses. ADD does not follow through on instructions and fails to finish schoolwork, chores, or duties in the workplace. The sanguine. The sanguine man shows instability in his work. Nobody else has so many unfinished jobs on hand. He begins each task with great interest, yes, with eagerness. But after a short time, he takes up another task which engages his whole interest, and he abruptly drops the first. Sound like something you're familiar with? This is what they do, right? It doesn't need medication. It needs other kinds of control, other kinds of balance, other kinds of assistance. And I can tell you stories about how I've helped sanguines actually become more focused. It took the help of a number of us, but it actually does work. I'll just tell you a quick story, because this is one of the main problems they have and why they give out drugs. So I had a sanguine working for me in my shop. He loved the work. He could not stay focused for more than 5 minutes. But I knew his ability. He was very, very smart, and he loved to study and loved to learn new things, but he could not stay focused. His sanguine was so strong that every time I looked up, he was out in the parking lot talking to a truck driver. He was out on this bench talking to this guy. He was out helping the next guy unload his truck. Always helping, always trying to do something. He's sanguine phlegmatic, so he's got this need to help. He's always helping someone, cannot stay on task. Finally, one day I said to him, listen, I said, would you like to learn how to focus? He said, more than anything in the world. I said, well, then would you mind if we incorporate the help of everyone? He says, whatever you think, let's do it. I got my whole shop together and I said, I want to help Nick, and he wants help. We're going to do a simple job. I said, and Nick, so I said it in his presence. I said, we're going to make an agreement. I said, every time Nick wanders away, one of you is going to pull him back. And just say, Nick, Nick, and invite him back. And I said, now if this is going to offend you or make you feel rejected, you tell me now, and we're not going to do it. No, I'm going to handle it. We did this, we began to it, and at first was embarrassed, you know, but we did it. We stuck to it. Within a few weeks, so he was not able to focus for more than 5 minutes. Within a few weeks, he was focusing of like 10, 15 minutes. And now he's starting to get excited. He had never done this. So then, within another week, he's up to like at least half an hour, 45 minutes, and he's like, now he's getting into it. It was not long after that he was able to focus for an hour, 2 hours. He came running and he said, I have not left this, I haven't left my bench for 2 hours. He was as shocked as we were. Now, I mean, that went on and we kept at it. Now, he is able to focus 6 to 8 hours and has no problem. He doesn't have to go wandering, trying to find someone to talk to, some other thing to distract him. He can listen to, and he does that even while he's listening to a language tape, learning Spanish. I mean, this guy's so smart. So do not tell me he needed drugs to calm himself down. He needed help. He could not do it alone. They're not going to learn how to focus on their own. Forget about it. I don't care how much you yell at them, how much you discipline them, how much you punish them. Because now when you do that, now learning is a punishment. Right. Focusing is punishment. You're going to sit there for an hour until you get that math problem done. Right? It's punishment. Work is now punishment. All I said was, Nick, would you like help? He loved the work. We'll guide you. We will guide you back to where you need to be. And we gently guided him back, and it worked. But we did it as a loving family. Wow. Now that's what you can do. That can be done in any family. You make a team effort with their agreement, and you will be amazed. And it's not going to be medication. It's going to teach them discipline and focus. It's love. ADD, difficulty organizing tasks and activities. The sanguine. Sanguines are notoriously disorganized and always on the move. They seldom plan ahead, but usually take things as they come. Wherever he works or lives, things are in disastrous state of disarray. That's who they are. Right? ADD often loses toys, assignments, pencils, books, or tools needed for tasks or activities. This is right out of the list that I'm reading out of the online. The sanguine, he can never find his tools, even though they are right where he left them. Keys are the bane of his life. He is forever losing them. ADD, fails to give close attention to details or makes careless mistakes in schoolwork. The sanguine, avoids details, has no time for them. Instead, he delegates them to others. When he is forced to do detailed work, he will rush through it and tend to make mistakes. Is this making sense? This is what you've learned. This is the sanguine temperament. This is the way they were designed. For all the reasons you learned, God obviously knew what he was doing. This is not some new illness that created a century. This is how it's been since the beginning of time. ADD, fidgets with hands or feet. Now we're into the ADHD, the hyperactive ones, but now we really need medication, right? ADD, fidgets with hands or feet or squirms in seat, often on the go, acts as if driven by a motor. Sanguine, has restless energy, can't relax, always on the go. ADD, difficulty playing quietly. Sanguine, must be with people, hates to be alone, has loud voice and laugh. ADD, talks excessively. The sanguine, compulsive talker. At home or away, at work or at leisure, on land or sea, everywhere he is open-hearted, chatty, lively, and entertaining. Making sense? Okay. Now, you ever heard the expression, I'm okay, you're okay? This is how temperament describes it. So the sanguine, I'm okay, you're okay. The melancholy, I'm not okay, you're not okay. Everything is negative, right? The choleric, I'm okay, you're not okay. And the phlegmatic, I'm whatever, you're whatever. Right? Right? Any comments on that piece of work?
Somebody, when I was up traveling, someone ran into the back of our car, which we had just gotten. And I got out, and the guy had obviously been drinking. And I knew he had no money for insurance. And I just looked at him and go, I'm okay, you're okay.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I was like, then I had to call Steven to make sure he was okay.
And he probably wasn't.
He told me to call the police, and he was like, yes, you're okay.
Okay. This is going to come up later. Why don't we take a short break, and then we're going to begin with the sanguine melancholy. What's that? You can probably over.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so just now in conclusion, recognize that you have natural tendencies, you are normal. This is the most important point of the whole seminar. Of everything you've ever learned about temperament, this is the point. If we can help our clients understand that they are normal, that they have been given God-given strengths, God-given weaknesses, one is not better or worse than another, that they are all given by God for its particular purpose, for a particular plan. You are normal. You would not have to be looking at anyone else to see what you admire about them. You have exactly what you've been given by God to do the job He wants you to do. So temperament strengths, they represent what you naturally do well. So things are going to are easy for you because they're natural. The person next to you may be a different temperament. You can acquire those, but do not expect that you are going to attain them as easily as he did or she did, because they are natural to them. You can learn them. Standing here was not natural for me. I had to practice and practice and practice, but it can be done. Other people, I'm going to show you a little video later where it's just, no one has to teach them anything. They instantly are performers. They instantly can speak and talk in front of others. But so if you see something, you go after it. But what you have is going to come naturally. This is the way when you will understand what your strengths are. What comes naturally. If you have to force it, it's probably not your natural strength. It's something that you may want, but we should really get people to focus on what comes naturally for them, because they will be stronger at it. The temperament weaknesses represent what you do not naturally do well. Develop a plan to minimize the impact of your weaknesses. Again, these are things that actually the weakness you're going to do easily. It's going to come easily for you to kind of mess up in this area or to be weak in one area. It comes with the temperament. But with a plan, these can be overcome. These can definitely be focused on and can be strengthened. And again, recognize that you have temperament needs. This is I cannot emphasize it enough. You're working with couples, with children, with yourself. If your needs are met, you're going to be a different person. You're going to be so much more fulfilled. You're going to be peaceful. You're going to be happy. You're going to be content in the work you're doing. When we're pushed beyond our limit, when our needs are not met, we're going to be resentful. We're going to be disappointed. Very much often disappointed in God, resentful towards God. Why hasn't this been met? Next thing you know, we're suffering with criticizing Him for why He hasn't provided, why He doesn't have the power to do what we feel we should have. And it comes because our needs are not being met. if we meet these needs, we are so much more fulfilled. We're able to do the job He designed us to do. If your need is to express yourself, then by all means you need to express yourself. If you need quiet time every day to think and make a plan, you must do this. You have to find the time to do this. It's not like, well, I'll catch up on the weekend. You know what happens if that's delayed. You could just go out of control. Whatever your needs are, find a way to have them met. When I bring couples in, I discuss with them, and it doesn't have to be all come from the spouse. How can we make this? How can we meet this person's need? Do we need to change jobs? Do we need to change location? What do we need to do, whatever, to meet these needs collectively for both of you, for your whole family? It's very, very significant that we meet that need. Okay, so there is an overall view of temperament. Do we have any final words or questions about anything we've talked about so far?
So the one that's most able to deal with conflict would be the choleric, because choleric, because most people say, I don't want conflict. Well, someone has to deal with conflict or bring it up. So you'd have someone who has that tendency.
They are the ones, remember, they go against it. They're the ones that are going to go, they like conflict. They actually, it's something to overcome. They're going to go against it and try to overcome it. So they will be the first ones to address conflict. The phlegmatics are the ones that are going to run from it.
So what if you have like phlegmatic and sanguine? How would you address that? You have a couple that's married. That, because there's only one that I see, because that's my nature, I like conflict. But most people don't. So what if you have two temperaments that they don't have that at all? So how do you deal is when you're working with somebody and get them to sit with the conflict?
That's a real issue. Because the sanguine doesn't want to deal with it because they want to go out and play. They want to just forget about it. And the phlegmatic doesn't want to. Did you say sanguine, phlegmatic?
Yeah, just I'm saying because there's only really one temperament that's willing to get in there and say, conflict.
Well, the melancholy likes to address it. They want to solve it. They want to analyze it and figure out what went wrong so that it doesn't happen again, which may drive their mate crazy because they don't want it. They want to let it go. If they're sanguine, they just want to let it go. Right? So you definitely have those two, the choleric and the melancholy, like to solve it. They want to figure it out.
Okay.
The phlegmatic may not be as interested. They would just soon avoid it. Let's just, maybe if we don't bring this up again, we'll never have to worry about it. We just kind of hope it, we'll talk about it tomorrow, hoping that you'll never remember to bring it up again. But see, a sanguine may want to forget about it, but if they want something, if a sanguine wants something, they're going to keep bringing it up until they get their answer, which may be conflict to the phlegmatic, right? It's like, we really need a new floor in this kitchen, right? That's conflict, because I don't have the money for it. So they brings it up every 10 minutes until you address it. And so he says, we'll talk about it tomorrow, hoping that you'll forget about the floor, and right? So,
because that's kind of like the core issue when we're working with people is conflict. That's why they're finally here. Because there's such a conflict which they don't want to deal with. So how do you get them to come in a healthy way to understand, for them to set up patterns of dealing with conflicts, because that's life.
Right, and so when they come, they have to face it. That's my whole point, is they have to face it, and we are going to deal with it. Whether you like it or not, we have to deal with it. But I deal with it on their terms. What works best for them, right? The more we understand temperament, the more we will be able to understand conflict. But the main conflict you're going to find is that needs are not being met, and so they have resentments that have built up. They push themselves apart so far because of resentments. We start meeting needs, and all of a sudden people come back together. Now I want to meet your need because I see that you're making an effort to meet mine. Now I'm going to try even harder to meet this need. And so all of a sudden you bring love back into the picture, as opposed to just resentment, which drives people apart.
To helping bring people first look at each other's needs and then work with how to work with conflicts when they come up. So first solve the issue of needs and then conflict. Okay. Makes sense.
That's what works the best. Yes?
These are gross overgeneralizations, but seems to be two approaches. One is forget about your weaknesses, just concentrate on your strengths and develop those to the maximum. The other is, don't worry about your strengths, you're going to do all right there, spend your time focusing on minimizing your weaknesses. I don't know if you want to comment on those.
You know people who feel that way and who follow that principle?
No, I just read that, you know, those are like, you know, different schools of thought of what your approach should be.
Yes, I mean, even the strengths, unless you promote them, the reason why I'm opposed to that and why I work so hard, because we have an enemy. And his number one focus, besides inflicting guilt, is to get you outside of your temperament. The main reason I like to teach temperament so strongly is that we're finding the people we work with, the enemy has got them outside of their temperament. They don't know who they are. They don't know, they're outside of their calling. They can't find their calling because they don't know what their strengths are. When I help them realize, this is who you really are, and these are your strengths, they're blown away. And it's like, then it starts to come back, yeah, that I remember I could do that. I remember I was able to do that, and I used to be able, you know, when I was a child, or I felt this way. And now it's like, what happened? Well, it was stolen. The enemy stole it and tried to get you to admire someone else, and you focused on them, and you tried to act like, and you wasted all your time trying to become like something you're not. It's not natural for you, and you're not even designed for that. And so you really are spinning your wheels, and the enemy is just saying, got you on the couch, got you off the track. You are not involved in the kingdom work because you're finding yourself completely useless because you're failing. And so I put people back on track saying, this is who you are, these are your gifts. Now we can focus on building those strengths up. So you see, they're not going to come just naturally because we have an enemy who works very hard at diminishing those strengths and making many times I can get couples come in and I'm amazed how the things I say, what are the weaknesses of your spouse? And they'll bring out all the strengths. They think that these strengths, because they don't know temperament at all, let's say, they believe that these particular strengths are weaknesses. That's, of course, especially true with the choleric. They can't imagine why you'd want to bring any of those strengths home, or why you'd want them, but then, and so, even a person who is, because they don't understand it, a person that wants to talk a lot and be with people, wants to invite friends over all the time, causes resentment to the, let's say, the phlegmatic spouse who says, well, I just want to be alone. Why do you do this? Just to annoy me? And so they don't realize that that's a strength to entertain and bring joy and bring, you know, the person is spreading Christ's love that way. And so realizing, no, there's a reason why he needs to do that. There's a reason why you need to let him do that. There's a reason why this will bless your family. It's a lot of work. But first, getting people on track is the most important job we have. If everybody just knew their temperament, they knew their strengths and weaknesses, but I'm telling you, they don't even know that. They're aware of their weaknesses, pretty much, but they beat themselves up for it. When they find out, well, this is a natural part. This comes with the territory. You and everybody else has them. It's like, what? You mean I'm not the only one who has these weaknesses? Everybody thinks that. It's just me that's impatient. It's just me that has these outbursts of anger. It's just me that can't focus, you know, on and on and on. No, it's you and 1 million other of that temperament, of 10 million other more of that temperament, have the same exact struggle. And immediately calms them down, and they realize, wow, now that I look around, you're absolutely right. This is true. And so realizing that you have natural strengths, natural weaknesses is battle number one. Now we begin to focus on, now I got to get you in the right career, the right ministry, somewhere where you're utilizing the gifts that you have. One of the funnest ones was a gal in our church who was convinced, because she had been told so often by her family that she couldn't sing and that she was just crazy to think that she could. And I happened to be sitting next to her one day and heard this magnificent voice. And when she came in, I explained to her what her temperament was and how she truly had the gift of singing and performing. And she was a different person. She is a different person. Began singing in the choir, doing solos. This is beyond her wildest. Imagine the fulfillment that came with that. Serving the Lord in her gift, not in trying. She just thought she was just some servant, helping in the kitchen. That was not her at all. Hers was to be out with the people and just sharing in her gift with music and praise. And so it's things like that can be really, really fun. Bringing people into an awareness of, no, this is your temperament. And this is what you need to be doing. Why don't you try it? So that's our goal.
God, this is not a Bible study. But this whole thing only can be effective if we understand that the Holy Spirit is our helper. He guides us. Because we have to die to ourselves. Those that want to have their life, they will lose it. And those that will lose their lives will get it.
Right, right.
So in the kingdom, the rules of the game is the opposite of the world. So I think for all of us, we need die to ourselves, understand that the Holy Spirit will help us. In the first place, He made us. So He has to help us.
He will.
Because He made us in such a way, and He helps us in our weaknesses. But that has to be very clear in our minds that He helps us.
Isn't there a book titled The Spirit-Controlled Temperament?
Yep.
Okay. I think that's the concept.
Well, and I think we should also embrace our personality and our identity, who Christ says we are. So there's that, obviously it has to be tempered by the Holy Spirit and His leading in our lives and talking to Him about those things. And otherwise, and also our brothers and sisters who help us, because we can't always look at ourselves and listen to the Holy Spirit. It's not, so it's a bunch of things. But I think before I used to think that I didn't embrace who I was. Do you know what I mean? And when and that's who God wants. He wants me to love who I am and how He made me. So that's a big important part of walking in the Spirit and knowing who I am in Christ.
Imagine how thrilled He is when you are operating to your full capacity, the way I designed you to operate. Imagine how thrilled He would be. You're not wasting any of His gifts. You're not in the wrong line of ministry or work or whatever. You're doing exactly what I designed you to be. The more in line we are, and that's what we pray every day, that You would align our wills with Yours. We can be one with You because we want to do only what You designed us to do.
Yeah, so dying to yourself doesn't mean dying to your personality or dying to your identity, who He says you are. That's just you know what I mean? So having that proper balance of what God has for us is
absolutely
important.
That will bring us to the highest level of fulfillment. Okay, so let's close this chapter.
Gary, what is your common practice for marital counseling with the disc? Before people come in and you kind of hear what they want to have counsel, do you have them take the disc before they come, or is that your normal protocol?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really, really helpful. All right, let's begin. We're going to take a look at a very, very fabulous temperament blend. I wanted to spend some extra time studying the Sanguine Melancholy temperament. Of all the 15 blends, it is probably the most powerful, yet the most misunderstood. And so, because they're everywhere, and they need to be understood, they need a lot of guidance, and they need a lot of encouragement, because they've been given tremendous gifts, and many are not using them to their full potential. What we have here in this blend is two extremely opposing temperaments. We have a sanguine and a melancholy. They are extremely opposite. And so what works great, let's say in a marriage and an attraction, 80% of marriages will be a sanguine and a melancholy coming together because opposites do attract. And it works very, very well. What I'm talking about is what happens when you put both these temperaments, opposing temperaments, in one head. You're going to have struggle. You're going to have a constant tug of war that needs to be understood. It needs to be balanced. It seems like my life is really moving into a range of helping as many of these as possible. They come to me one after another. And I've developed a level of understanding for them that I didn't have when I began studying temperament. I've learned a whole new, I saw them as troubled people, people that would bring problems into a family or workplace or situation, till I realized what was really, really going on. So the more I studied them, the more I worked with each one, I found very similar traits, and that's what I want to share with you today, so that you can understand them, recognize them. The first thing that's happening is that you have these two opposing temperaments. So one side of you, let's say, wants to be with people, the other side wants to be alone. Where's the conflict? They want it right now. They're both very strong temperaments. They want it at the same time. One side wants to be organized, the other side wants to be messy at the same time. One side wants to be spontaneous, just get up and go and let's have fun. The other side wants to sit down and make a plan at the same time. This is a tug of war, and this battle is going on. It's racing and racing in this battle, and they actually they can hear the conflict in their brain, and they think they're crazy. Most Sanguine Malachi's come to me and they say, I'm crazy. I had one woman a few weeks ago who said, there's two things I need you to know. I'm crazy, and my whole family thinks I'm crazy. It was the saddest thing I've ever heard. They all believed she was crazy, and if they could, they're waiting for an opportunity to institutionalize it. This woman is brilliant. So a few things. I'm going to give you a quick overview about the Sanguine Melancholy, then I'm going to break it down into categories that you can remember more easily. They are highly, highly intelligent. So I want you to think about what the enemy has done. Maybe you know people like this, like you say, they're everywhere. The enemy wants us to believe that these people are ignorant. They are brilliant. Most of them are very highly intelligent, have IQs of over 160, process extremely fast. They can learn extremely well. Problem is many of them are bored. They will drop out of school, they will be dropped behind because they're so bored. They process so quickly, they learn so rapidly, they can process so much information so quickly. They are capable of doing many things. I say the number that I came up with is most Sanguine Melancholies want to do at least five major things in their life. They will tell you, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this, and you name these things and it seems like you're just ridiculous, you're nuts. Those are so unrealistic. The problem is for the Sanguine Melancholy that applies himself, those are all not only doable, they are expected by our Father. He gave them the 10 talents and really wants 100. He wants really major production out of these people. To a lot is given, a lot is expected. It's so sad when I see so many of them doing nothing. Because people tell them, you're nuts, you're crazy for you. And so instead of trying these things, they're beaten down believing that they can't. Believing that they're weak, that they haven't got the ability. Many of them fail out of school because they're bored, not because they can't do it. We need to find their delights, what their interests are, and then they skyrocket. Then they excel. When they're ready, they are ready, and nothing will hold them back. They just escalate to incredible places. They have to do these things. They have to do, I believe at least 5 things in their life. What they normally do is, as the ones I've watched who are successful, they will start one thing, they will get it going, they will leave it to this group that they've energized and motivated, they leave it with them,
That's my track.
they keep track, and then they move on to start the next thing. They get that going, they organize it. Now remember, they don't want to stay on one thing, they want to do more. They're constantly thinking of things they can create and invent and just build more and more into their life. They want to do more and more. So they will start that, get that going, go on to the next thing. Always having their finger in each one. And they actually have the ability to manage all of these. It sounds like I'm talking about some kind of Superman. Well,
Pyrotechnic,
what?
like a pyromaniac.
Right? But they actually are super people. Now, there are many in our midst, but they are mainly misunderstood. And so many are not doing what they are called to do, but the ones that you see excelling would be these people. They can do anything. So how do you guide them? How do you coach them? How do you encourage them? You make them aware of reality. These people can do anything they want to do, they will achieve it. Even if you think it's nuts, even if you think it's way out of reach, they are so creative. They will find a way to do it. They will find a way to get it done. So they are known as the creative temperament. The name of our book here is Born with a Creative Temperament. They are born right out of the womb. They are filled with creativity beyond our wildest imagination. They are never running out of ideas, never running out of goals and projects and visions. And so others without this vision will look at them and say, you're just so unrealistic. It's just so impractical. And they discourage them. What will get them down is rejection and discouragement. You want to beat down a Sanguine Melancholy, even as powerful as they are. Tell them they're stupid. Tell them they'll never achieve what they want to achieve. Discourage them, and you will put them on the couch. Give them medication. That's a good idea. So when they come to you and they tell you that I've got my head is swimming, it's like I hear voices, I hear arguments going on in my head, you need medication. We need to calm you down. We need to bring you to a place where we can understand you.
Where we can control you.
Where we can control you. So that's exactly what's happening. Their mind is going so fast. They process information so fast. I believe, this is my theory, that the rest of us want to dull them down with medication so that we can relate to them. Come down to our speed, then I can teach you. So we use the expression, well, you can't focus in school. You can't sit still. You can't focus. Instead of realizing you are so brilliant, you've got this 5 minutes into class, you had it all done. These people, they never study and get straight A's, right? It drives everybody crazy, but it's like, what's going on here? They absorb the material quickly, easily, without effort. They're done, they want to go on to the next thing. They're usually grades behind where they should be, but we don't know this. And so we have to dumb them down, numb them down to a different level so that we can relate with them. They come to you and they say, my mind is going crazy with all these thoughts, all this confusion, all this. I've got 10 ideas swimming around in my head. I've got all these projects and plans and ideas and songs and poems, and you're crazy. You need medication. And so we try to calm them down. And so this is what happens. So we give them medication and we say we calm them down. What happens to them? Well, the Sanguine Melancholy is like, if you can, not to put us down, the rest of us, but let's say, because again, what more is given, more is expected. But let's say we are all, those of us who are not Sanguine Melancholy, and we have 2 with us today, but those of us who are not, actually 3. See, there, in this room there are 3, I think 4, Sanguine Melancholies. In this little group, we have presence of 4 Sanguine Melancholies. They're everywhere. And so,
Just taking over.
Taking over the
I
world.
think I've balanced myself out because I was so beaten down to be a cleric, and I'm not. It's just everything he said, I'm like, oh my gosh.
what?
Everything he just said, I'm like, I do that.
Yeah. And so we can understand why they cannot sit still, so we need to quiet them down, and we say they can't focus. Right? So I'll use the example. Let's say the rest of us are, let's say we're cassettes, we're tapes. And you remember the old VCR tapes or cassette tapes? And that, when you record on a cassette, you were going to get a compressed range of sound. Let's say the sound, if you were to record an orchestra, the high highs would be way up here, and your low lows would be down here. You would have the full spectrum of sound. In order to record that, you have to compress it until you can fit it on a tape or one of the records or something that would hold that bit of information. And that's where most of us operate, in that field right there. We're comfortable with that, and that's the way God designed us. The Sanguine Melancholy has a range like this. When they created the CDs, we all went crazy about them because for the first time, we heard the full spectrum of the orchestra like we had never heard it before. We heard sounds we never even knew were in the music, because the full was able to capture the full sound. So this is the range that they operate on. They have very high, they can feel very high highs, very low lows. We think this is a bad thing for some reason. Well, the reason is because they can shift between them so quick. 1 second they can be up, the next second they can be down. And I'll explain that why in a second as well. But what do we try to do? We try to get them to a point so that we think they can focus. We bring them like this. Back into our range, we dull them down. Okay, so what happens? So that every 10 out of 10 will come to me, and I ask them this. So they say, I'm on medication, I'm on Prozac, I'm on Ritalin, I'm on some new drugs. I'm on a certain drug. I say, tell me what you felt like before, and tell me what you feel like now. And they said, before, yes, I can focus now, but I'm not interested in life. I'm not. You could shoot me now, and I'd say do it. Not that they're like in depressed, suicidal mode, but they have lost so much pizzazz for their life because you stole. Okay, they're there. I'm aware of them, but they're dull. He said people would say life. So I get these answers like, life is gray, or life is dull. Life doesn't have the meaning like it used to have. It doesn't have the purpose like it used to have. And so they say, I want off of this stuff. I don't care if I can't focus. I want back my full range. I want my CD range of sound, not this cassette tape view of sound. So we give them back their full range. Meanwhile, I teach them how to bring balance into their life so that they're not hearing all this screaming voices. How do I communicate between these two voices? And it is so exciting. So in a world where society has deemed them as bipolar, as suicidal, as manic depressant, it's mainly because of their mood swings. So one of the weaknesses, they do have mood swings, but they can shift from this to this in a millisecond. Go from being extremely happy to extreme depression in a millisecond. They can go from being super joyful to explosive rage in a millisecond. So we say, how? You must be crazy. The only way you can do this is you must be crazy, because we can't, that's not normal for you to do that. But now if you look at the whole perspective of what God has given them, it is normal. In fact, it's highly, highly skilled, what they are able to do. We just can't do it. And so if you take a process, so let's say you offend me. You say something to me and you offend me. The normal person, I'm going to receive that. I'm going to like, whoa, and I'm going to take it in. I'm going to process it. I'm going to analyze it. I'm going to decide what I'm going to do with that. Am I going to respond to that? Am I going to just forget about it? Am I going to react? Which way what level am I going to respond? And then I respond. That process may take anywhere from, let's say it takes even 5 seconds to an hour, right? Depending on how phlegmatic or melancholy you are, that process could take this long. That's the way most people operate. That whole process that I described, of all those steps that every one of us has to go through to get to a conclusion of how my behavior is going to respond to you, they do it in a millisecond. A milli or less, whatever it is so split second, it's incredible. That's how fast they process. And then they can come right back. Then they can process the same thing that you would come backwards, so now I forgive you. That whole process, which usually takes much longer to work through, why am I going to forgive you? Let me think about this. That may take anywhere from an hour to a day, or a week, they do that in another millisecond. And so they can fluctuate back and like, is this Dr. Jekyll Nickel Mr. Hyde? How do you do that? It's because you have this extremely, so it's not a weakness, you have an extremely brilliant mind that operates at an incredible rate, much faster than the rest of us. We don't understand that. I need to give you medication. We need to dumb you down so that you don't have these mood swings. Which is what you're saying is, I just want to stretch out your process so that it looks more like mine. Now I'm okay. Right? It's like, I just did it quicker. The same way that they learn, what takes me an hour in class to learn, they picked up in the first 5 minutes. Or maybe they picked it up, they read through it on the bus to school, they've got it, but they didn't even enter the class, they've got this stuff down. And many have told me that, because they're curious, and they love to learn. They read through the material on the way into school, and it's like, okay, I hope we do something different today because I got this down. Now the teacher spends one class, the whole class, working on this. Then the next week we have to have a review. You've lost them 2 classes ago, right there. And now they get criticized for looking out the window, for drawing all over their books. They're designing, spaceships and creatures on their book because they're creative. They're the creative temperament, and they are bored out of their minds. So they will be disciplined for being creative. They will be disciplined for learning fast. You see, it's like totally backwards. Totally, totally backwards. To give you an idea how society thinks. So Jean Kokoris, who you learned, is the founder of a lot of work that we've seen done in America. He's written this material. He had the opportunity to work at an institution in California. Now this institution only dealt with people who were considered bipolar, manic depressant, or suicidal. That's all it dealt with. Those were the only people that were entered into this institution. Now he was doing the intake for these people. So he took the opportunity to give each one the DISC assessment. He tested each one. Out of 1,000 patients, 999 were sanguine melancholy. And he said, and the other one, I think, took the test wrong. It was questionable. But he said, and he validates. He doesn't just have you take the test, he validates it by interviewing, by talking with you. He had the chance to do that. So he validated in person every single one. He said every single one was sanguine melancholy. Which means that not every sanguine melancholy is bipolar or schizophrenic or manic depressant or suicidal, but everyone who is that is you can bet is sanguine melancholy. But it is out of control. That's why they were there. They're when it gets to a point of extremes, they are a people of extremes. So if it gets to the point of it is out of control, then they become super depressed. They will switch frequently back and forth with no control over their mood swings. They can become suicidal, manic, depressed. This is extreme depression because it's out of control. They do not know what to do with those voices in their head. One is telling them this, one is telling them that, and they are so tired of fighting against this tug of war that they very, very often will turn to medication. They self-medicate with drugs, alcohol, trying to calm these voices down. So what about if we help them realize you're not crazy, you are extremely talented, we need to put you to work using your gifts, getting you doing what you are delighted in, doing what you need to do. You want to do 5 things? Let's do them. We're going to do them. And I'm here to support you. We're going to do one at a time, get going, but then you're going to do all of it. And it blows them away, because they cannot believe that you actually support their craziness. They can't believe it. And then you convince them that, and here's why you can do it, because you are totally qualified and capable of doing it. You have what it takes. How about if I help you understand you need to speak to those 2 emotions in your head, and you control them. You decide what you're going to do. One sanguine melancholy, he called me, he was so confused, and he actually heard this tug of war in his head. And he was a student, and he said, I wake up in the morning and I have this battle. He said, my sanguine, he understood temperament, he just didn't know sanguine melancholy. But he knew that all about temperament. So he said, my sanguine side wants to get up and play, wants to take a walk around the lake, wants to go on breakfast, wants to have fun. My melancholy side wants to study, wants to have an hour of devotion and prayer time and get right into study. I said, we need to make a plan. So I said, what do you do? He said, I lie in bed all morning because I can't decide what to do. I'm so beaten down by this tug of war and by this battle, I don't know what to do. I said, let's make a plan. This is from one day to the next. So I said, let's try this. You make a plan, you decide. You decide, you tell your sanguine side, how am I going to meet your need? Then decide how am I going to meet the melancholy's need. He said, all right, I'll try it. He calls me the next day, the next evening, he was so excited. He said, I got up this morning, he said, I woke up and I decided, okay, what are we going to do? I said, talk to them like they're real people inside your head, because it's you. So if you want to talk to them, fine. So he said, to the sanguine side, what do you want to do? And he said, I want to go play. And he said, well, no, we're not giving you 2 hours of play. He said, the melancholy, he knew it, the melancholy wanted to just go right into an hour of prayer. So he said, guys, we got to come to some kind of compromise. So I said, what'd you do? He said, well, we decided, the three of us decided, we're going to go for a 20-minute walk around the lake. We're going to come back and do 20 minutes of devotion. Then we're going to go have breakfast. Then we're going to come back and we're going to study for an hour, and then I'm going to go visit a friend. I mean, he had the whole day broken up. He divided it up so that each one was equally taken care of. He said, I am completely calmed down. I am completely calm. This is one day, but this was his biggest struggle. Now multiply that towards all the other things that the decisions they have to make, and you can see that this can be a real turmoil. I'm thinking of many times they will have so many things they want to do, like him, they just lie there and do nothing. They said, I'm overwhelmed. They are so overwhelmed. So we help them by saying, we're going to do one thing at a time. You get that perfected, then you're allowed to go on to the next thing. You do that well, prove me you can do that, then we'll move on to the next one. That they can handle. But when you've got all these things, I have to do all of them today. No. You're released from that responsibility. We're going to do one at a time, and we do it well, and you're going to be amazed at how exciting this process is. And this they can deal with. Okay? So you're getting kind of a feel of what's happening with them. Now I'm going to go through some of the signs. And I thought I would teach you like some of the early signs. And as you see them, think about them as if they were your children or you as a child. It's important to be able to recognize who they are and the tendencies, because these same tendencies, even though I'm saying they're early signs, you will see them even in adults. But they will show up this early. And so I'm going to go through some of these. So it begins with a lack of sleep in infants. They tend to sleep little and they take short naps. They're restless throughout the night. They tend to be, they just move around a lot and they're restless and they have trouble sleeping. And then when they awake, they cry loudly. They're loud and they're usually demanding to be fed. I've noticed many parents have said, many mothers have said that even in the womb, this child would kick all the time. Very active, very aggressive. Even in the womb, you'll feel it even in their kicking. They make their presence known throughout by this kicking. Okay, then in early development, many of them will walk and talk very early. So if you see signs for this, it's nothing like it. In 9 months, they're already walking. They're forming words in some sentences at a year old. even a year and a half they're communicating to the astonishment of their parents and those around them. They cannot believe these children. Their astounding abilities to perform at a very young age. We think of like Shirley Temple and Drew Barrymore and some of the ones we remember. They just very, very early age are able to perform. They love to be that center of attention. They love to be able to just to spread their joy and to perform. And I want to show you a little video that will, if this isn't the best description of a sanguine melancholy. Now think about this not only as a child, imagine this as an adult, because they have the same tendency. But this is where it can start this early. That is the best example I've found. So what is it? That's 2 years old.
From Denmark.
It's what?
From Denmark.
Was it?
DK. That's
That's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, they need they just take over the audience. No one pushed them to be out. They just
Wow.
do it. It just comes so natural. But my favorite part is they can never get enough attention. You notice at the end? I love this. That's 2 years old. Saying, "Come on, I like this. I like this. Fill me up. Fill me up, baby."
Phelps. Did you see him?
Oh yeah.
Phelps was, come on.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah, just and then so at 2 years old, we're beginning to see this amazing, just need to be in center stage, the desire to perform. This temperament is called the performer. If you haven't seen by now, it's the performer. They love to perform, to be the center of attention. All right, so we're looking at emotional reaction to no. They have a very strong emotional reaction when told they cannot do something. They just don't like authority. They don't want to be told what to do. This temperament, this will be the biggest problem you'll ever have working with the sanguine melancholy, is they're so independent. They do not like to be told no. They don't like to be told what to do. Don't even think about doing that. So this becomes very difficult in raising them up, in training them. Because they feel, when they hear the word no, they take it personally, and they feel rejected. Now, if I taught you before that the sanguine's #1 fear is rejection, with a sanguine melancholy, it's a separate, special blend. You can multiply that times 10. Their fear of rejection is so strong It's like they have so much inside them. They have so much to give. If that's rejected, they just don't know how to handle it. And so even saying no to them, they can take it personally and they can feel rejection. It's an early sign that that child is rebelling and you're going to have some work on your hands. It's a very early sign. They want to do what they want to do, and they don't. And usually they will not take no for an answer. It's very, very difficult. If you ever had a sanguine melancholy child, you know what I'm talking about. They just want what they want, and they will just scream and put up fits and fights before they get what they want. And it is a challenge. And giving in is not the answer. It is not the answer. It's just a matter of training and helping them understand why. Believe me, I'm working on many techniques. So I have 3 sanguine melancholy grandchildren. So I have my hands full just seeing how they operate and trying to help them deal with their emotions, because their emotions are just so powerful and so strong. Organized, very particular about the way that they line up their toys, eat their food, or dress. I'm amazed at watching them, and like I said, I've got 3 on the line right now that I get to watch all the time. It's amazing how these children, how I'm thinking of like Tariku, and he would how he would line up his toys in the most organ. And this is one that no one would have guessed that he was sanguine melancholy, because he's just so out there, wild and playing and wants to be. But as we put all these pieces together, we realize, well, this is why. This is why. But watching him line up his cars in such a meticulous way, and you try to move one and say, well, I want to put this. I know this. I'm just playing with him, so I'm just experimenting. So I would take one car and I'd move it, and the reaction is so intense. Yeah, it's absolutely not. No, this is the police station. That's the fire department. You know, and we're not switching. You know, it's like, I mean, you'd never know that by looking at it, but in his mind, he's got everything laid out of how it should be. And so now, this is a perfect example. We got him this game. He's got this war game, but it's an adult game, and it's very complicated. So I was surprised to come there and see that he is playing this game. I said, did you read the instructions? No, I don't read instructions. They hate to read. You know, even though the melancholy loves to read, that sanguine melancholy hates to read. Good luck getting them to read a book. You know, when I say, I'd like you to take this home and read this, it'll never get read. Right? It's not going to happen. I know that. So
he likes to read now, though.
Yeah, see, it can be developed. If you find an interest, many times they have to be read to spark the interest in reading. They love to be read to because it's like they love cuddling. They love being nurtured. So when you read to them, it's like you're cuddling them, like you're nurturing them. They love that. They love that attention of being read to. So if you want something taught to them, you read them the Bible. You read them a story. You read them their lesson. That they'll do. That they'll go for. And then very, very, but so particular. So I asked him. I said, how do you play this game? Well, it was hysterical. He had made up all his own rules. And he knew they were meticulous, organized, detailed rules, and he had made up every one. Now, there's another game for the sanguine melancholy. They're allowed, only them, they're allowed to change the rules whenever they want. And he would do that. Why is it valuable to study children? Because you will see what adults do. And I learned so much by studying these children that he is allowed. Now, we weren't. I said, well, I'm thinking, I'm toying with him. I said, well, I'm thinking, I'd like this card to represent that. Oh, no. And he said, not even an option. We're not even considering it. That's this. You want to make up your own rules. He said, you can start tomorrow. You make up the game. Today we're playing my game with my rules. Okay, this is what, 8 years old? Right?
Well, he was younger than that.
Even younger.
Yeah, maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah. It's just amazing. But he knew what every single thing represented. He had it all in his head. These are the rules, this is how we play, and it was so complicated I couldn't even follow it. But he knew exactly.
The thing with the cars was when he was like 3 or 4.
You're lining those up.
Yeah. And I have another child that does that now. He screams at us when we move it.
Yeah, here we go. Very meticulous about the way they dress. I have another grandchild that just, it takes him, when he goes into his room, this started at 2 years old. They have a whole basket of pajamas. All the kids are, many of them are the same size. There's 4 boys and they're kind of close. They just put everything in a basket. And so it's time for bed, and I'm trying to say, okay, how about this one? Nope. How about this one? And we'll go through maybe the whole basket till we find, okay, that works. That was just the top. Now we got to find the short, the bottoms, and it may or may not be matching. It's whatever they feel like. They dress according to what they feel, not according to what you think. I'm not feeling that today. I'm not feeling that color today. And they do a lot by colors. I'm feeling more blue today, they might tell you. I'm feeling more orange, whatever that means in their language. They seem to know what that color represents in their wardrobe. And so, they may line up their clothes meticulously in the closet according to days of the week, according to color, according to fashion. It's amazing to see how organized they can be. And then you'll go to their car, or go to their toy box, and it's a disaster. They're selectively organized. You will find this one, because this is, for some reason, this is particular, this to me, that one doesn't matter. And so they may be very meticulous about the way their closet is, and their desk is an absolute disaster area. And you'll see that throughout an adult's entire life. You cannot believe this person is driving in this car that looks like it was a trash heap, and yet you go to their desk and it's immaculate. Then you go to the kitchen and it's a disaster. You go to the closet, it's meticulous. It's like, it's selectively organized. This is the people, now even if you walk into, let's say you walk into their office as an adult, and their papers are everywhere, and you say, well, see, that doesn't work. They're not organized. If you say, and I've tested this 100 times, and say, because I had a Sanguine Melancholy in my office, and I said, I'd be all flustered. I said, oh, look at this. I said, I'm looking for this invoice. Oh, one moment. And he goes to this pile, and he goes, pull it, here it is. It's like, I don't believe this. And I tested it over and over again with all different types of people. If they know where it is, they're organized. In their mess, they know where it is, it's still organized. And so, why do we criticize them? Isn't organization about being able to find something that you need? If you can find it, you're organized. I said, I rest my case. Keep it the any way you want. Just don't let any customers get in, because it looks like, we're living like a bunch of pack rats here. But he could find anything. And I tested it with many, many different kids. With children, you know where this is, you know where that is, they go right to it. They're organized. So to them, it's a logical way. They put away their toys, they put their clothes on, they line them up in a logical way that makes sense to them. Whatever the reason is, it makes sense to them. Now, even though you have this strong sanguine side, yet still, this particular blend is slow to warm up. They don't, because people say, oh, he's not sanguine melancholy because he's so shy. He's so shy when I was young, but that's the way they all are. It's just one of the, I'm just telling you the traits, and it shows true over and over. Very slow to warm up to new people. They're reluctant to open up until they find out that they're being accepted. Once they realize you've accepted them, they're all over you. They will totally accept you and will be so responsive to you. Angry outbursts. They can explode in anger over the littlest thing. This is just, it's because they process so fast and they take things so personally it is so deeply that they feel that what you just did to them, and they take it as hurt, as rejection, and so it seems like minute details, they can explode. And what they're trying to do is to end that rejection. They're trying to shut it down, to drive it away, so they feel if they can explode in anger, they can end this, and we don't have to feel this pain of rejection anymore. We'll often get angry when playing with other children, and we'll throw toys at them or hit them or say hurtful things. Because they're so possessive, they're so afraid. If you take this away from me, it's, you know, they want what they have, and they feel very possessive of it. They feel, and so plus they want to be the center. So they may drive the other children away. They may try to hurt them to show them who's in charge, who's the boss. One of my grandchildren is always being pulled out because he's constantly hitting the other children. Why? He doesn't do it at home with his sister, but in school he feels threatened. He feels maybe they're going to get more attention than he is. I don't know, maybe something's going to happen that it's a mystery. Why do they feel so possessive of their little territory? They feel something's going to be taken away from them. They're going to lose something. We're still learning and learning why they can be so hurtful to the other children. They just don't play with them many times well. Many times when they will do this also, if they're embarrassed. If you embarrass them, they may, or they don't get their way, or they feel like you're disrespecting them. That's why they make such good actors and actresses, because they can feel instantly what you're feeling, and they can feel it and live it. They experience it, and that's why they can. Let's say if they're on stage, they can cry instantly. I always say, how do they do that? And my mother used to say, oh, they go and they rub onions by their eyes or something, because she could never imagine how could you cry like right now? There's somebody behind them with onions, or they put drops in their eyes right before they come on camera. Then I watched it live. And when I was in college, I went to plays, and I watched them cry with real tears, and it was so convincing. It's like, you must have experienced this sometime, because how would you ever be able, they don't even have to experience it. They experience it at this moment. They feel what you are feeling right now. And so they understand, and so being this sensitive, you see, it can work both ways. It works great when you're trying to be an actor and to express these emotions, or be an author, but what happens when someone hurts you? You feel it so deeply. You can't believe it, because you would never want to hurt someone like that. What do they think of me that they would do this to me? What must they think of me that they would hurt me in this way? It breaks their heart into shreds that someone would hurt them this way. So easily hurt. Remember, when you're the temperament that is always seeking affirmation, so any step backwards is going to be painful. Remember, as long as I'm getting affirmed, I'm moving forward, advancing, I'm feeling good about myself, I'm able to advance. Every time you criticize me, I step way back. It's not just a little step back, usually because they're so sensitive, it can be such a throwback, they're down for days in isolation, trying to recover, to rebuild from this rejection. And so, trying to bring them back out of that takes a lot of sensitivity, takes a lot of comfort, takes a lot of understanding. You're not just going to pull them back and expect them to just let everything go. They've been offended, they've been hurt deeply. But it's amazing how, especially with children, it takes so very little to hurt them, or to make them feel rejected. I mean, a stern look at them, sharp words of criticism, saying something, or even what you don't say. If you forget to say something nice about what they've done, their feelings will be hurt. It doesn't take a whole lot. When this happens, you'll see that when they take it this personally, and they take it this deeply, Many times they react with sadness, they're angry, they cry, they have temper tantrums. You'll see all of this, and maybe all of them in one moment. And in moments you can see every one of those things taking place. All kinds of anger, violence, sadness, thrashing around, hitting, all and it's because they were hurt. Remember, if you don't give them their way, not just because, well, I want this, it's because when you don't give it to me, you are rejecting me. So everything I say, I want you to process through a filter of, am I rejecting you? Are they receiving rejection? That's one of their weaknesses. I tell many couples who are one married to a single male, I said, remember, everything you say has the potential of being taken as rejection. And now it can be very, very difficult, and it feel like you're walking on eggshells, but that's the level of maturity that we have to bring them up to, that not everyone is rejecting you for crying out loud. You know, it's like me saying, if I say, gosh, I love that Pete sweater. You say, what, you didn't like the one I was wearing yesterday? I mean, you see how they can take if they're not careful, they can take anything as rejection. So what you don't say is significant. You didn't say anything yesterday. I guess you didn't like that one. You know, it's like it can be taken just as personally as what you do say. And so they need to be brought to a level of understanding this is not the way that you operate. This is not acceptable to take everything as rejection. And many of my clients are in that place where everything seems to be taken that way. Even if I give a compliment, they will take it as a rejection. I wasn't even joking when I made that comment, because that's like real. That is such a real example. I've heard it so many times.
Ray, what would you say would be a good counterbalanced personality for a person to marry? Would that become a personality or temperament?
Melancholy, phlegmatic. We've covered this.
Yeah, that's really the best one.
Definitely not choleric.
No.
We know Captain Jeff.
If they need to be with someone who can calm them down, because they're very emotional, they're very intense, they're so intense. Remember, that's the best way to describe them. They're people of extremes, they're people of intensity. They need to be around peace, around people that calm them down. So yes, your melancholy and your phlegmatic, and either blend would be a good choice.
So, is it different if somebody be melancholy, sanguine? You flipped them. It could be a big abs, because I have a nephew who's definitely sanguine or melancholy, and when my niece took it, she was melancholy sanguine.
Completely different. You would not even recognize them as the same. I'm telling you, this is just one blend out of the 15 that is unique.
And with boys, would they tend to be more aggressive? Because I can't see you beating somebody up because. So with boys, the male be more.
Sure.
They get that aggressive because girls don't seem to be.
They'll express it in other ways, but absolutely. Remember, you're always going to get it. We talked about all the different makeups that will change your temperament, that will affect your temperament, and one of them is male or female. Besides, remember, environment, who your parents are, where you were raised, all of those things are going to affect, but definitely male or female are going to react. They want the same results, they're going to act it out in different ways. If you put one of the biggest disasters, which takes, I haven't seen it yet, but I suppose, I do actually have it right now with a couple who are so mature. They're two sanguine melancholies together. But they're different. And again, the male and female, and I said, how do you do this? I said, most people I know, it's a disaster because they're always fighting for center stage. They always need to express themselves, so who wins? And if you have one that's more dominant, the other is going to crash into depression. How do you balance this? Well, they have different strengths, they have different weaknesses. It's just a very unique couple that they actually supply what the other one is missing. And they're both clearly sanguine melancholies. It's an amazing blend, but most of the time there's World War III. Because for those reasons, they're competing for center stage and who wins. They're always competing, and they never get a chance to express themselves fully because I need to talk all the time, you need to talk all the time, how's this going to work, right?
Maybe that's why when actors marry, there's a higher potential for problems.
Absolutely. That is such a good point, you can't believe it. They are not marriage material. But that's what they are. They're 95% are all sanguine melancholies. And they marry each other all the time. So there's another reason they like, we're going to see they like status things. And so that makes them look good. So most marriages in Hollywood are, I'm marrying you because you make me look good. You are influential, you are significant, you are a star. You make me look good being with you. And thinking that, well, together as a team, we're going to be invincible. And meanwhile, it's all about competition. It's all about, the jealousy is huge in these Hollywood marriages. But they're not, and many of them are not married. They're not marrying for love, they're marrying for affirmation. They're married for attention. Make me look good. I had one client who was married. She was a model. She was a supermodel, and felt zero love in marriage. Now you would think any man married to this woman he would genuflect to her. He would do anything to have such a beautiful woman in his life. He wanted nothing to do with her. And I said, how is this possible? I mean, even just as a man, as instinct, how is he not attracted to your beauty? She was sweet and charming and talented and played the piano and all the things. There was wonderful gifts. Not attracted at all. He said, I'm just a showpiece. He just keeps me around, and because he was very high sanguine. She's sanguine melancholy. He was sanguine. I never got to know, but I knew he was very high sanguine. I think he was sanguine choleric. Pretty sure he was a businessman, had 3 or 4 businesses. I'm pretty sure that's what he was. They would go to these functions, and he would be toting her on his arm, and he was just making her look. She was making him look good. And that's what she said. She said, that's all I am to him. And it didn't go much beyond that. And I think that's where many of our Hollywood marriages are. We're going to try to make each other look good, and it turns out to be a disaster. With a very, very good point. Okay, and here we are, a need to be the center of attention. This is a very, very significant factor of the sanguine melancholy. They will find a way to get attention. If they don't, as we talked about, if they don't get attention, they will find a way to get it. They will act out. They will do things to try to get it, even if it is that. They will ask you what you think. You know, what do you think about me? What do you think about this? Right? How much can we talk about me? As an infant, they will cry until they are held and comforted. They don't want to be left alone. They have found a way, even as an infant, to get your attention. And if they cry until you cuddle them and hold them, until then they're not satisfied. So they are training you at an early age, I want attention, and this is how you're going to give it to me. From such an infant on up. Well, as they get older, and I've watched this, I love to watch it, as the children, they entertain you. You know, they will sing for you, they'll put on a show. Right? We had a show every night in our house when our kids were growing up. You know, every night Ruth would put on a show. There would be a ballet, there'd be a performance, there'd be out on the trampoline, there'd be some kind of show. Every night there was a show, and she would gather, all the other kids would be incorporated, would be brought into the show, and that would make her look good. She would organize it, she would choreograph it, and she would design it, and she just loved it. She was in her element. They'll tell stories. I think about how many will just entertain the family by telling stories. They come home, they just tell jokes, and this is the beginnings of your stand-up comedians. They probably practice on their parents at home growing up. They will learn how to entertain and how to be, but what the need is to remember to be the center of attention. And you saw with a little boy, a little 2-year-old, look at how many people, how that filled him. He had that huge crowd. Look at the size of it too. That he had to be the center of attention. He just made his year.
He worked it too.
He worked
all
it.
the way around.
Right? He worked, you saw that. He worked the whole crowd and make sure everybody noticed. They got close enough to notice who I am. It's instinct. It's just, it's a need that they have. So we find when they don't get attention, when they find themselves as someone else is getting more attention than them, then all of a sudden you'll see them speaking louder. They'll try to interrupt you. They'll override the other one. They'll make noise. Anything to focus the attention over in their direction. And you watch this when you see children playing. This one may be over here playing, and all of a sudden he notices, we're commenting on him, what he's doing, and all of a sudden we talk about his sister over here who's building something, and all of a sudden he starts to talk louder, he starts to bang his truck, he starts to make noise. Let's divert let's just knock off this nonsense. Let's get the attention back over to me.
Can
Yes?
I make a comment along those lines?
Sure.
Is this an appropriate time for that?
Sure.
You do, at times, you definitely talk about the contrasting motives that can be behind these things. From my perspective, you do a good job of contrasting what can be, what we understand as a fleshly motive, like, oh, I just want control, I want it to be about me, and also a spirit, a good motive, so bad and a good motive of, oh, I'm trying to do my best to put into the situation what I think might be lacking or whatever, and I'm actually trying to serve the situation. So, obviously, nobody in this room is questioning, why I'm, as the saying with Melancholy, bringing this up in this moment, but, I find it deeply important to make the point that this is where a lot of misunderstanding comes in, because sometimes where people can just assume, like what you just said is the motive. Oftentimes it's actually the reverse. You're attempting to serve the situation, but not being understood as such, then they just are desired to be cut out. And then you cut them out, and then go and see how much energy your party has.
Right.
So I just felt to put that, I've been listening, as quietly as I can the whole time, but I felt like at that moment would be a good time to unite and tie together different points that you make at different times, but to bring them together in that inflection point. Does that make sense?
Our whole world. Because now we know how to relate with these people that we think are out of control. Well, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe we can help put them back in control, because they will change our world. But years ago, they were considered the troubled temperament. They brought trouble on themselves and others. That's how they were known as. They were put in institutions. They were medicated. Now we realize we are thinking about them completely wrong. This is a whole new teaching that you're hearing. I've explored this for years, and I made this a main focus, and I've been able to help so many because I understand where their strengths are, where many, many don't. So my point is that for years, even in the field of temperament, many saw these people as a hindrance, that these people need to be dealt with, but they need to be tolerated, but they need to be managed in some way because they cause trouble wherever they go. And so I've been able to introduce back into this field of temperament a different site that even my colleagues said, wow, we never appreciated them until now, the way that you're speaking about them. My own colleagues are saying, wow, we've been so down on these people because they cause so much trouble. They're the ones so many of them come to the counseling. They must be the troublemakers. And I'm saying it's because they're misunderstood.
Trouble how?
They stir up trouble everywhere. Imagine all the things I'm saying about how they can cause unrest in a family, among their siblings, how they demand so much attention. They're disrespectful. They can be disobedient. They don't listen to you. They want their stubbornness. It causes a lot of strife in families. If you raise one, you'll see that this is a lot of work, it's a lot of strife. All of a sudden, think about the teachers. They cause trouble in school. They're always getting in trouble. Every day, they're causing some kind of trouble. And so, but what they need is not that. But if you change it and say, you need affirmation, why don't we try that and see what that brings in? So
I was thinking, a mother can do that for them because the mother loves them and gives them the information, but how this mother is going to prepare them to the hostile world? Because the world will not tolerate certain things. The mother does, the family does, but when they go to work, they have to have tools to survive in a hostile environment. Because school is one of them. It's a very hostile environment for children.
So that's why we need parents who say, no, I want this method. Or I'm going to put that child in a school where they understand this type of temperament.
And help them find the job that God has called them to, not work in an office as an accountant when they're called to be an actor, an actress, or a pastor. A lot of the pastors, I'm sure, are sanguine melancholy because they're up speaking and they have to be outgoing, but I think that's a big part of it, is like the world a lot of times is never going to understand this group of people. So we need to find out where they fit in their place in the world, because God meant for them to be here,
Now, as a counselor, one of the main things that I do with every single one that I work with is I put some responsibility back on them.
Yes, always.
I say, you need to educate your family, you need to educate those you work with, and here's an example. A sanguine melancholy gives and gives and gives and gives, and it seems to be always happy. Most of the time, they are happy. They are like, they come into a room and they spread joy. I feel this is their number one gift to the world. Besides all the businesses they start and how entrepreneurial they are, their main focus, they bring joy wherever they go. And through their smile, through their little gifts, through their music, through their little poems, and anything, whatever they give. But let's say, I've heard this story so many times. They say, I come into my office and I just go from, I say hello to this one and then that one. I bring little flowers in and maybe I'll bring cookies in. They're always giving, giving, giving. They love their need to express themselves. They're expressing their inner joy. So yes, they're very generous, but they're also fulfilling a temperament need to give, to bless, to spread joy. So if they've given an assignment, you are going to spread joy. Okay, this is how we're going to do it. So they come in and they spread joy. 100% of the sanguine melancholies come back to me and say, can you tell me why I never get it back to me? It never, ever comes back to me. Why? 100%. Not one has ever said, well, I get plenty of response back. And I explained to them, this is what I believe. You are so full of joy. And they said, blessed be the fact, I'm never allowed to have a bad day. I'm never allowed to be quiet. So they come in one day, so every day they come in, and they're happy. They spread joy to everyone. They come in one day, and they're not depressed, they're just quiet. They're in their melancholy side, which they're allowed, and they have to choose. They come in, and they're just quiet. They will be reprimanded by everyone in that office. And they will be scolded, like, what's wrong? Are you upset at me? They always think it must be about me. Or are you upset at me? What's wrong? Come on, tell me. And but they're angry at them because you're not meeting my needs. You're not making me happy. Your job is, it becomes so natural that you spread joy to me. And I'm so used to receiving it, now that I'm not getting it, I'm upset. What's wrong with you? But you're not saying, what's wrong with you? It's like, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you meeting my need? And I've tested this over and over again, and it's true. We punish them for being down. It's like, and so I said, you need to explain your temperament. When you go in a new workplace, you need to explain to all these people that you become close to, listen guys, this is who I am. Yes, I love to give to you. There are days, and you can't take it personally. I just have quiet days. I'm reflective days, and I'm going to take those days, and I don't want you to take it personally. I said, unless you explain it to them in some way, they are going to take it personally when you're different, because they think something's wrong, and they don't know how to react to that. And so what do? And it happens all the time. They avoid it. They avoid that person. They literally outcast the one that they are receiving love from because they don't know how to deal with this. And I tell them it's very, very much like dealing with a sick person. We're not really brought up around sick people. You know, in Ethiopia, it's like nothing. They're so used to seeing sick people, they'll react to them exactly the same. For us,
and also people with disabilities.
With disabilities,
you know, it's so common there.
It's so common. It's such an anathema here. You see somebody crippled, I will walk around the church and walk by somebody that may be in a wheelchair. Why? Because we don't know how to react to it. The same way we can't react to sickness, we have trouble reacting to somebody that looks depressed, that looks down, you're not supposed to be this way. This is really strange, and they back away. And it happens with every single one. I have to believe this is true. So there's another factor that I explained that's entering in. These people that you're working with, whether it be your family, your school, your workmates, they feel you're invincible. You are always up. You're always happy. You're the one who brings us joy. We don't know what to give you. You have everything. You have everything we've ever wanted. You have joy. And so, let's say these gals, this was true in India, in Ethiopia, and in every place I've been here in America, I found the same exact struggle with the Sanguine melancholy. I just couldn't believe how it didn't matter where it was. She said, I bring in little flowers, I bring in little gifts, I bring in chocolates, I stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning making these little treats, and I give them out in the office. Everybody seems so happy, and then I find myself I'm struggling. I'm short this way. I need a few dollars, or I feel I'm sad. Nobody comes to my need. Nobody comes. Can we help you? Can we give you anything? Do you need anything? Why don't you respond to me? It's just like they don't know what to give you. It's like saying to the multi-zillionaire who has everything, what do you give the person who has everything? I have no idea. Unless you express to them what makes you happy, you have to educate those that you're with. And I put it back on them. You explain to them, you know, guys, it's okay to give me a little card. You know, you can give me a little treat, but you're the giver. No, I love to receive. They don't know that. They really don't know, because you have everything. You're always giving. Your mode is to give. I don't think you would even want to receive. No, really I do, and I need to. But how would they ever know unless we educate them? So I put it back on them and said, this is what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to explain to those in your family, to your workplace, this is who I am. This is how you can help me, as I love to help you. I have needs too. So imagine if we did that, the education we can get out there. Because it's such, I'm telling you, everywhere they go, they are misunderstood. They are criticized for whatever. Even when they try to do good, they miss one day and they're criticized. And all of a sudden, all the good things they did is forgotten. Because you're only as good as your last performance. And so, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter that you've given us gifts for, little treats and kindnesses and smiles and butterflies for the past 2 months. Now you didn't today, and so we're going to hold it against you. This is wrong. This has to be corrected by those of us who understand this, can teach those around us. If enough of us know, we can explain and say, no, that's a very unusual temperament we're dealing with here, and we need to approach it a different way. This is what we need to do. Any thoughts on that? Any more thoughts or questions on?
So, I was wondering here, because you said how things you could change so quickly. So someone at who'd be this temperament that didn't go through the medication or all these other things. Because I was like, can you like actually balance it out by being choleric, picking one of the other things because you know, okay, this is what I need to do to adapt, to adjust to the situation and to feel balance. Because a lot of times when I've done these tests throughout the years, I've always had 3 that are paired. One's a little stronger, and the other 2 are almost exactly the same. And so compensating, because there's some that, I mean, it's like exactly, not at all. The other one's exactly, not at all. And they're like balanced in that. So being able to do that, is that how? Because like you said, now they tend to medicate, but if you come into being healthy without the medication or balancing, is it being able to balance your temperament?
Right, there's absolutely no need for medication.
So it's
the reason why this person is out of balance is not because they're deficient in Prozac or Xanax or whatever.
Exactly. It's because they're deficient in the balance. Because the things like you said, because they have such a wide thing like that, if you show them how to take the balance and saying, okay, right here, to balance this out, you take this characteristic of a choleric or the phlegmatic, and you work on developing that. Because you said that they're brilliant in that. So then,
if it meets the need. And for the Sanguine Melancholy, you're going to find their biggest need is affirmation. 9 out of 10 times, that's what they need is affirmation, and you can overcome all kinds of weaknesses and outbursts. You can overcome all kinds of things like depression and lack of motivation by meeting needs of affirmation. So here's a simple example of how that was so true. So I'm in Ethiopia, and they're bringing me, I was counseling with mothers and their children. And so one day, they bring in a mother with her 2 children. And actually, it was a mother with her son, and another mother with her son. And so they were both complaining, they both came in together, they were friends, they both had, one was a 6-year-old, one was an 8-year-old boy. And they had the exact same problem with both. All these kids did was act up in school. Right? They were just acting up, causing trouble. They were hitting the other kids. They were not listening. They were running around. They were just disobeying all day. And so, it's like the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said, I think this is the problem. So I met the boys, and they're both Sanguine Melancholies. After 5 minutes of talking with them, I could tell these boys are, and I begin to understand why we're in trouble. So I asked the mothers, I said, now, Ethiopians are very, very good disciplinarians. They have no problem swatting these kids. There's not a problem. They're not afraid of this for one moment. And so I asked them, I said, what do you do? Let's say, when you pick up your kids at school, what do you do? She says, well, I go to the teacher and I find out, well, how was my son today? And they give me a report of how he's misbehaved. I said, and then I go and I beat him.
Jesus, mercy.
I said, in front of all the other, oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Especially, I beat him in front of all, I just beat him. Some of them, because they're so angry, they do not like to be, they want things proper, they want to raise proper children, and you're making me look bad. I already look bad, I'm a single mom, I already look bad, now you make me look like I'm the worst mother ever. Like I don't discipline you, so I'm gonna discipline. And he beat them, and then he said, and then what? I said, so then we walk home, and I beat him all the way home. I'm just constantly just swatting him, and because they're annoyed. There's just again. I told you were gonna obey today. So he said I usually beat him all the way home.
Jesus.
And then what happens? He said then we come home and they play, and then. I call him in to do some chores or something, and he never does it when I want him to do it, so I beat him again and for not doing his chores. And I said, and we're surprised why we have no response to you. Well, yeah, we're really surprised. And they are totally amazed. I'm beating him to a pulp, and he does not learn. There's something wrong with him. I said, and the story was similar with both women. Right? They both told me they did the same thing. I said, can we try an experiment tomorrow? And so I said, okay. I said, well, this is what I want you to do. I said, when you pick up your sons at school, I want you to go to the teacher, and I want you to find one thing that he did good today. I don't care if he sharpened his pencil well, whatever he did. I want you to find whatever you find that he did good that day. I don't want to hear about the negative things. And then I want you to go to pick up your son, and I want you to praise him all in front of the other kids. I want you to say a word of praise, how proud you are that he did this, whether he did his lesson well, or he obeyed, or whatever it was. I want you to praise him in front of the other students. Because remember, we said that when you embarrass someone in front of one, it's worth 1 point. In front of one, it's worth 1. Embarrass them in front of others, it's 10 times more. I said, I want you to praise him in front of the other students. Then I want you to praise him all the way home. And she's like dying, he's like, you gotta be kidding. This is so stupid. This is not good. I said, work with me. This is an experiment. I want you to praise him. He doesn't deserve it. He deserves to be beaten. I said, we're trying to modify behavior. Your way doesn't work. Okay? I said, listen to me. I said, I want you to praise him all the way home. Then when you get home, I want you to give him a job to do. I said, I want you to go fetch the water. I want you to sweep the floor. I want you to set the table. Something. Give him a job to do. And even if he does it just even so-so, I want you to praise him and tell him how much you appreciate the good job he did and how much Mommy loves you for trying and how hard you did. Oh, I go, oh. And they're shaking their head, and I said, do it. Just do it.
Wow.
So the next day, they come back. 2 days later, they come back. I gave them 2 days. I said, I want you to come back in 2 days and tell me what happens. Both of them come back, and they got this big smile on their face, and they said, he is completely different. He is absolutely, completely different. This was out of their mouth. She said, we never would have believed it. He was so obedient in school, the teacher said, is this a child? Is this some other child? Is this a twin? Is this, they both were so, they did not recognize the child. And all we did was what? Affirmed him. It was amazing. That's what the boy was lacking. The boy was not deficient on any kind of drug or medication. This child was definitely deficient of affirmation. Because they're not into affirmation. They're into the little that I asked you to do, I expect it to be done right. And if it's not, you're gonna be beaten until you do it right. It doesn't work. It might work with a melancholy. It's not going to work with a sanguine. It's not going to work with a sanguine melancholy in any means. Is it going to work? Because they are so sensitive and they are so in need of affirmation. So this child never got affirmation at home. So where is it going to get affirmation? By acting out in school. They don't care if it's positive or negative. Attention is attention is attention. And so by acting up in school, it caused a big ruckus. It got attention from the teacher. All the other students noticed him. He's the big, he was like the class clown. He got attention that way. Just striving to get attention. It needed to be balanced. It needed to be put. I'm not saying, no, we didn't. The experiment first was to overly affirm to prove a point. I'm not saying do that every day. Everything is in the proper amount, the proper moderation.
Right.
We don't want to build into a point of, some kind of swollen head.
Right.
But when they do things well, they need to be affirmed, otherwise they're not going to do it. What was the point of that? Didn't get me anywhere, didn't get me an affirmation, I'll do something else. If I need to act out to get it, then that's when I'll do it. You see? So it's very, very fascinating. Start looking at it in the forms of, what about if I try to affirm? Even if it kills me, I don't need that much affirmation. I'm going to do it anyway because I know that you need it. That's where it takes. The other temperaments may have trouble. Like this mom did not want to give it. I don't need that kind of affirmation. Why should he? I said, because he does. That's the way God made him. I wasn't able to get into temperament details. I just said that's the way God made him. Go with it. I know who he is, and I believe this is going to work. Well, I like that it was doubly confirmed that both women came back and told me the same positive results. So that was a fun little test that I did. You know, showing you again that temperament works wherever you go. You're going to find that these principles hold true. People are people are people. All right, a little bit more. Creative expression. They may show early signs of creativity when by drawing, by dancing, singing, they pretend to play an instrument. All these ways, they're showing you, you're seeing early signs of creativity. They have a terrific imagination. Many times you'll see them with an imaginary friend. They talk to this friend, they play with this friend, they invent games together. It's again, watch, it's a sign that you may have a child melancholy in your midst. They may write at a very early age. That's another sign. Bright and bored. Many have above average intelligence. As I said, very, very bright. They absorb information so quickly. They process it quickly. Many have a very, very high IQ, 160 or above. Many just standard equipment. Many come to me and I say, I know how smart you are. How do you know that? Because I know that is standard equipment with your temperament. You're just brilliant. You're way smarter than me. You know, so I already know that.
Hey Gary, right there, is it okay to interject something or should I hold it? Whatever you want.
Go ahead.
I think it's just really important to communicate that, like, it's less something to be concerned about. Because some people might say, oh, you don't want people to realize this about themselves because they'll get an inflated head. You completely misunderstood the most important dangerous potential here. Because that's not the biggest danger. The biggest danger is that they won't be faithful stewards of what God has entrusted in them.
Right.
And the greatest danger is the sense of failure of responsibility. Because we don't get points for how we're born. We don't get points for who we're born as, right? Last time I checked, you know, Hollywood isn't the justice system. You know, we reward the beautiful and they didn't do anything to become beautiful, right? But God rewards the honor system, which is judged by character, which has to do with your choices. And that's what you're a steward of, and that's what you're responsible for or to. And so, you know, I am unafraid and unashamed, like Fox News, to say, you know, to partner with this, and even in the danger of coming in the spotlight of this kind of a teaching, because, you know, all it's going to do, that kind of a risk, is just going to make you vulnerable to more targets, more accusations, more judgments, and more, you know, rejection, right? But the importance of the sense of stewardship is a greater, when you fear God more than you fear man, it will drive you to be faithful.
That's our goal. Absolutely. To get them to a point of stewardship with the gifts they've been given. That's our goal. I agree 100%. As I said, many in us show signs of not being interested in learning. That's not because they're not interested in learning, it's because they're bored. If we realize that, and that changes everything in our perspective. These are not stupid children. These are brilliant children who need to be moved at a much, much faster rate of speed. They need to be challenged by the subject matter or by the teacher. Something needs to challenge them. It needs to become a delight. I tell parents, find the delight for your child and you will see them perform. If you can find out what are they once they find what they love, all of a sudden they just skyrocket. Many times they're like the beach ball held under the water. As soon as they find out what they like something, it just explodes into their life and they begin to express it with such passion. And now they're studying around the clock. Now they're like the other way. You can't imagine where this came from. Well, what happened? We found their delight. And they are set, now they're off on a running start and you'll never stop them. They'll move from one wonderful thing to the next. They have look for radical behavior at puberty. Their change in behavior is even more extreme than the other temperament blends. They are they just experience, they have such an intensity, such a passion about them, they are going to, their intensity of feelings and desires becomes like overwhelming at puberty. They're trying to understand this, to control it. They're kind of the most difficult one to lead through this time because they're so confused. They have such overwhelming emotions and passions, and they feel so deeply. And then you have an early interest in sex because they're very, of all the blends, they're the most affectionate. They love affection. They love touch. They need it more than the others, and they will go after it in ways that may find out hurting them because they find out it doesn't really fulfill them. They think that it's going to bring them all kinds of love and affirmation, and when they find out they're being used, they could be deeply, deeply hurt. They may also experiment at early age with other things like cigarettes, marijuana, and alcohol. So these are the things that we kind of watch out for. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the sanguine melancholy tendencies. We see that they are extrovert and introvert. Now, this brings out a very interesting little dilemma here because they have this combination of these two opposite and opposing temperaments. So it's very confusing to them, as I said, why they want to be with people, they want to be alone at the same time. They can be outgoing most of the time, yet all of a sudden they will withdraw and want to be alone. And like I said, that's the part where it gets confusing to those around them. But they need to take this time. It is a temperament need. You know, they like to be with people, not all the time, but most of the time. What about that other part of the time? They need time alone. That's what they think, they process, they analyze. What happened today? Where am I going? What am I doing? What happened? What could have happened? What should have happened? They analyze all of that. And then they analyze what they analyzed. You know, so it's an important point that they take that time. They can be optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. This is very confusing for them. They can be very confusing to those around them. They have positive thoughts and they have negative thoughts at the same time. Imagine what's going on inside their head. They experience the full range, right? So if you are that CD that can capture the full range of emotions, I'm going to experience all the positive things in this room. I'm going to also feel any negative energy coming. I feel it all. I can't be selective. I can't tune it out. I'm going to feel all of it, and I'm trying to process that in this brain when it's just swarming around. They can meet a new person and they can be withdrawn and be very slow about meeting this person, or they can overwhelm the person. They meet this need, how they need to be with people, they need to be alone, because they're partly introverted, which means that that secondary need is to be alone some of the time and to do things right. So they do need that time. And so how do you fill that need? How do you get that daily time alone and yet be with people? And some of them, I've seen some fill that need by, maybe they have a project to work on, like we have a pastor who, when he writes his sermon, he will go to Starbucks and sit in Starbucks. So he's alone, he's sitting at a table alone, but there's people around him. There's noise and movement, activity. He feels like he's not isolated, not alone. That's meeting that sanguine melancholy need of being with people. Say, well, so when they have this alone time, they think and they think and they think. But they need time away from anything stimulating when they do that part of their thinking. It needs to be really quiet time. And many of them don't give themselves that opportunity. They're doing their quiet time and they've got their headphones on, or they're watching the TV. And so they're not able to really analyze what happened today. Why should this have happened? Maybe that should have happened. What about if I would have done this, what would have been the results? They can't fully process it if they're blasted with all kinds of other stimulation. So they need to learn that if you're going to take quiet time, you need quiet time. You need to be free from all that. They need to be able to make a plan. They really, really work well with a plan, a very detailed plan. Many of them are very stuck to their schedules. They like to have a plan, a schedule, and they will stick to it. This comes from the melancholy side that just needs a plan. It operates best from a plan. Also, if they have a plan, they really, really reduce the possibility of making a mistake.
We need to go. Go.
I think we're gonna wrap it up in a minute.
Oh, you don't have to, but we need to go.
I just realized what time it is. Yep, well, there's. Just a couple more thoughts, and it's been a long day, about how emotional, I want to talk about how emotional they can be, because if all the emotions could be measured on a scale from 1 to 10, the Sanguine Melancholy has all of them. Remember, they are the full range. They experience from the top to the bottom, and they can move things back and forth with such intensity of speed. They can cry easily, they can become agitated, become violent, angry, explosive in 1 second. They can. This is something it's about them. You just expect it, you'll see it. They may withdraw. One thing, reaction to stress. This is something that's very difficult to understand, but they need to withdraw. When they feel rejected, they have to get away. They may get sarcastic and critical, and they're responding back out, lashing back out at that rejection. And then after that, they may just withdraw, and then they feel so remorseful and so regretful that they've responded so with such an outburst. Then they think about it, and they come back to you with such remorse and such repentance. But they need to withdraw, sometimes excessively. They really withdraw into a state of aloneness, trying to process what just happened. And I'm just going to close with one more thought again. The fear of rejection, everything centers around that. If you can understand and really feel that fear of rejection, how strong it is, they may respond extremely in excessive ways when they are feeling rejected. Even the thought that you might reject them, they may respond in even a physical way to react back. Their need is to reject you. If you wonder what are they doing, again we talked about this, I think they need to reject you before you reject them. That is one way that they can stay ahead of it, that they can stay on top of it. At least they think that it's going to feel a little bit less of the pain if I can reject you before you reject me. But then they find out it doesn't work. And they do feel the same pain, and it hurts just as deeply. Okay, why don't we close there for today?